Hey, how's it going? JPChivalry going live with Higurashi When They Cry. More specifically, Chapter 8, Matsuribayashi. So let me check some things real quick. And then we'll be good to go. Think. Just refreshing. Also, shout out to Effie, who's currently playing We Love Katamari. I think the sequel to the first Katamari game. And then shout out to... Wait, what? What is that? Oh, what? That's a weird emote. How do I have that? That's weird. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. But also, shout out to Super Soldier. They're currently playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I would be playing that today. I forgot to install it overnight. 180 gigs. Well, I think it's like 200 now, right? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous amount. I'll have to like... Oh wait. No. This work? Probably. Okay. I think that works. Let me just type this real quick. Okay. Let me do this again. I don't know how I do this. How do I do this? This work? I can't really show what I'm doing, but okay. But basically, actually, screen capture works. Paint, paste, and then clip, copy. Alright, I think we're good. That's just weird. I'll have to post it later. But, yeah, this is odd. Don't save. Okay. I think we're good. Oh yeah, we don't need the photo anymore for the fragments, because we're done with that. Forgot about that. Yeah, we finished the fragments, so now we're just going through the story, you know? It's good stuff. I guess we go and continue. And load. And then we're good. But actually, before we start, let's do the scary truths. Because we haven't done it since Friday. So, Friday's scary truth. One study reports that autoerotic asphyxia, or cutting off oxygen to the brain to achieve greater sexual satisfaction, claims the lives of 500 to 1,000 men in this country each year. I'm guessing by this country they mean US. Would someone please tell these guys that choking the chicken is just an expression? But And today's scary truth, oh yeah, it's May 31st. It's the last day of the month. Feels good, man. The severity of sports-related injury increases with age. Severity of a lot of things increases with age. Okay. The severity of sports-related injury increases with age. The severity of a lot of things increases with age. Makes sense. Of people who use dating apps, 35% are married. Oof. Hey, we all forget things sometimes. Oof, that's a big oof right there. But yeah, that's it for May. Tomorrow's June 1st. Nice. Nice. But yeah. So yesterday, right, we didn't do a midnight stream. We didn't do a 6 a.m. stream. Instead, we're here at 10 a.m. 10:30, I guess. 10:30-ish. But yeah, yesterday we celebrated a friend's birthday party. My best friend. My bro. We had a good time. So, got my hair curled. That was a interesting experience. I've never done that before. So, my friend's wife decided to bust out the hair straightener, and she curled my hair. She also curled her husband's hair, as well as Babby's, and you know, it was a good time. It was interesting. It's fun times. But yeah, we also played Mario Kart, Super Smash Brothers. Babby's a cheater. He's too good at the game. But then again, I mean, I don't practice, you know? He cheats by practicing. We also played Overcooked. Checked out my friend's Animal Crossing World Island. And yeah, had some good food, good steaks. And it was all around an enjoyable time. So it's good that I haven't seen them since March, because, you know, current events. But, yeah. Also, Final Fantasy XIV looks interesting. They showed that off. And, I don't know. I mean, I've seen Fog play it, but like, getting up close and seeing it, I don't know. It's the same effect, I guess. But, yeah, it was just, I don't know. It looks good. I will say that. The presentation is just fantastic. I just don't know how it plays. But then again, I'm thinking of Star Wars: The Old Republic, and it's probably the same thing. It's just you have to play it to understand, to get a feel for it. But yeah, I won't be playing that until next year, most likely. So yeah. So anyways, I think that's it. I think we're good. I don't think we're gonna beat this today. We're not gonna beat this today. Then we're gonna stop at a certain point, and then tomorrow we'll finish it, and then Tuesday. So right, I initially said that we were gonna do Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past after finishing Higurashi. I think we should hold off, so that way someone else can get a redemption on a game request, which is going to be the last redemption, because, I mean, yeah. Yeah, 3 games, that's all. We can allot. I also don't have a list of games, so that's kind of a problem, but I mean, whoever redeems it can just ask, and then we'll figure it out from there. What we got? I don't think it will allow the series games like Witcher 2. I mean, they can request Witcher 3, but we have to play Witcher 2 first. But same goes for Dark Souls. They can request Dark Souls 3, but we have to play Dark Souls 2 first. And that's not... We're already playing those at some point. Oh, man, there's so much... It's already June. Oh, we're so behind schedule. Which is fine. I mean, there's no schedule, there's no plans. We're just playing. We're just having fun. But also, I mean, this is why we don't make plans, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna finish the visual novels, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, we have so many series. We have so much that we dropped. We want to go back to. And then you got sequels. They just don't work for me. What was it? Witcher 2, Dark Souls 2, and then Ninja Gaiden 2, Mass Effect 2, technically, because we stopped, because we didn't continue with Mass Effect 3. That we need to finish that for sure. There's a lot of games. There's too many games. But anyways, we're here now. Higurashi. I think we're good. Fragment of Matsuribayashi. 7 fragments are required. Do a FE alert, JP. Sounds good, Gus. Thanks for the alert. But yeah, I think that's, you know, we'll just play it by ear. Games. Video games. There's too much. It was long. It really was long. I know we read this part, but just for my sake. Are you okay? Is your spirit still alive? Do we have all the pieces we want lined up on the game board? Is this everything we have that can go up against Takano and her minions at the Game of Fate in the June of 1983? I'll be back for sure, but like, you know how this works. No, I gotcha. I'll see you soon, maybe, probably. Also, squeaky chair, Jesus. I'm just trying to get comfortable. Also, let me take a sip. Oh, so refreshing. Okay, let me check something real quick. And then continue. I think maybe we have everything. And last but not least, Hanyu. It's you. The time you have left to be a piece is limited. But that doesn't mean you can't show up in the game. Shall we begin? I put in hundreds of years just for this moment. Was that dialogue always there? About Hanyu? Someone once suggested that believing is like placing a bet with coins of hope. In other words, believing means taking a risk. You gain something if you win, but you lose something if you fail. As with any gamble, we try to make sure we win and then bet a coin. I think this is where we left off, right? But as with any gamble, there's no guarantee of victory. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. That's how you increase the number of coins you have. But if you keep losing, you don't want to continue gambling. It's then that you realize that if you don't gamble, you don't have to lose anything. Not gambling on anything is the same as not believing in anything. Not believing in anything is the same as not involving yourself in anything. Not involving yourself in anything is the same as not existing. Therefore, she didn't exist. But I mean, gambling. It's an issue. The one coin she had in her heart was the last one. If she lost it, she'd disappear. That was why she was hesitating to make a bet. She'd been running, trying not to get involved in any type of match, because she was afraid of betting it by accident. But just like in a game of poker, she could lose her coin by folding. She tried not to lose her last coin, but that meant she was going to lose it eventually anyway. There was something she didn't know. Actually, I didn't know it at the time either. The more coins bet into the pool, the higher our chances of winning this game. In other words, the more frightened we are, the more we'll keep losing the game before us. It's just like carrying a portable shrine. It's impossible to carry such a heavy thing by oneself. But when people put their strength together, you can lift it easily. There's a clear borderline between too heavy to lift and easily lifted. Easily. It's just like how the balance on a scale tips with just a little weight. The big heavy shrine before us couldn't be lifted. Everyone tried their hardest to raise it, but couldn't. I didn't help because I was sure it couldn't budge. I don't participate in games I know I can't win, so I didn't bet my coin. But that was wrong with me. Maybe the portable shrine could have been lifted if I joined. For the longest time I'd been pretending to be a bystander. I always thought I was there just to find out if my coin was worth betting or not. But that was wrong. Not just an onlooker, nor should I be a bystander. I should have participated. The game I've been facing doesn't look like a game I can win. It doesn't look like a game that's worth betting on. But by betting on it, or by participating in it, or by believing in it, the outcome might change. To gamble on something is the same as to believe in something. To believe in something is the same as to be involved in something. To be involved in something is the same as to exist. Therefore, she existed. Okay, everyone. Homeroom is starting. No more chit-chatting. Class rep, go ahead. All rise. Bow. Good morning. Sit down. Rattle, rattle, rattle. It's an ordinary morning. The only difference is that it started a little later than usual. Ch.8 normally arrives in the classroom right away, but she's a little late today. Why was she late for homeroom? The rumors were already stirring about the classroom before she arrived. Ch.8 gave a cue, and a girl peeked in the room timidly. Oh, this is a new student, Hanya Furude-san. She's gonna be joining us starting today. Wow! The voices of welcome, delight, and surprise all mixed together and filled the classroom. I have to look at her sprite. Whoops. Furude, is she related to Rika-chan? Yes, she is. She's my distant relative. My, that's quite a surprise, even to me. I was uninformed that Rika had relatives. Hey, this old man didn't know either. Well, the three families are rather complicated. I wouldn't be surprised if I had distant relatives myself. But she sure does look related to Rika-chan. What a cutie. Okay, let's see. Oh man. All my classmates had gotten excited. The new girl looked rather intimidated by it all. Rika-chan is rather carefree, but this Hanyu seems like the complete opposite. Did they not notice the horns? Or no? She's more like a shy woodland animal. The exact type that Rena loves. Look, see? Rena is ready to swallow her whole. Okay, Hanyu-san, please introduce yourself. Settle down, everyone. Go ahead, Hanyu-san. Ch.8 left the podium and encouraged Hanyu to take over. The even greater pressure of the silence left her standing there timidly for a little bit. Well, that's understandable. It's very nerve-wracking to watch, though. Hello, I'm Hanyu Furude. Hello, I'm Rika's relative. Meep. She's my relative. Please be nice to her. Rika-chan can tell that she's too nervous to introduce herself. She's right to break the silence. Pressuring her like that isn't fair. Which is why I decided to make it more lively. You're called Furude, just like Rika-chan, huh? Now we have two Furudes in this class. Then how about we call her Hanyu-san? If we call her Furude-san, Rika might think we're addressing her, don't you think? We generally call each other by our first names here. She's one of us starting today, so we should call her by her first name too. Okay, it's decided. We'll call you Hanyu. I'm Mion Sonozaki, the class president. Call me Mion, okay? Ho 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 ho, I'm Sotoko Hojo. Very pleased to meet you, Hanyu-san. I'm Daiki Tomita. My parents run a tofu shop. Please come by anytime. I'm Suguro Okamura. Please ask me if you don't know anything. Hello. Let's be friends, okay? What grade are you in? Classmates fell over each other to introduce themselves. Everyone tried to get her to remember their names so they could be friends. A friendly atmosphere swelled in the room. I've only just transferred recently myself, but this is exactly how it was on my first date too. I remember how nervous I was, and how much I appreciated this as a result. I know more than anyone how nerve-wracking it is to be a new student. I should look after her. I agree. We'll have to help her blend into the class quickly. Right, you were a new student last year, huh? Were you nervous on your first day too? Yep. But Mi-chan and the others were so nice to me that I got used to the class pretty quickly. Well, yeah. To welcome a newcomer to the village is one of the three families' important duties. You only mention the three families when it suits your purposes. But it's true that you all helped me get used to such a different environment. In that case, doesn't that mean it's your turn to look after her, Kei-chan? Yeah, I thought so too. Rena was a new student, but she looked after me when I got here. So it's my turn to look after her, the next new student. A new student always dramatically changes the atmosphere of a class. Even my attitude has changed. We decided to gather around Hanyu during lunch break. So how many days until Watanagashi? Okay, remember, you can only ask Hanyu one question each, okay? Why don't we ask her some personal questions so we get to know her better? Let's see, who'll be the first to go? You're up, Okamura. What is your favorite food? Oh, I like sweets. My favorite kind are cream puffs. Oh, that's wonderful. I love cream puffs too. There's a very good sweet shop in Okonomiya. I'll take you there sometime. Okay, boys, do you all hear that? If you want Hanyu to like you, get her some cream puffs, okay? Not the cheap ones though. Get her something expensive. Let's see, who's next? If there's no one else, I'll ask what color her underwear is today. Oh. Everyone kept asking Hanyu questions and she looked all panicky again. I guess it's like a traditional ceremony for a new student. I remember this is exactly how my first day went. Mion and Satoko seemed amused, so it must be the same for them too. I noticed Rena watching the scene before her with a distant look in her eyes. She's probably remembering her first day too. Are you recalling what it was like? Eh? Yeah. Haha. Were you thinking about something else? You aren't thinking about taking Hanyu home, are you? How? No way. I'm not thinking that, since Hanyu-chan likes cream puffs, and since I have some good cream puffs at home, that she would come over or anything like that. How? I'm taking her home with me. Haha. She doesn't come to school tomorrow, but it'll be your fault, Rena. How? That's mean. As we watched Hanyu and our classmates have fun, Rena and I laughed together. Hey, Keiichi-kun. This sure is great, huh? Yeah, it is. It's great to meet a new classmate. Eh? No, not that. I mean, I think I've seen her a few times before. Hanyu? Maybe you saw her when she and her family came to look at the area before they moved here. Sure have a good memory, Rena. No, it's not like that. Hanyu-chan has been here for a long time. She's been right beside us all the while, watching us play together. For ages now. Huh? Is it just me? Didn't you notice, Keiichi-kun? No, I haven't seen her before. So you're saying that you've met her before, Rena? From what I can see, this is the first time Mion and Satoko have met Hanyu. She's been that close to us, like Rena said. It's impossible that none of us would remember her. Impossible? I almost let it slip. Are you sure? Besides, Hanyu is a transfer student. She couldn't have been here in this village that often. Do you think so? I swear I've seen her pretty often. It's your imagination. Even Hanyu just said she was living far away before she moved here. But I've seen her before. How? Rena looked like she was trying to remember more. It's probably one of those deja vu experiences. Although it is the first time you see something. It feels like you've seen it before. Oh well, just forget about it. She's here now, right? Yeah, you're right. Yeah. She always seems so eager to join us, so I'm glad that she's one of us now. Ha 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 ha. Rena smiled with tears in her eyes. When I looked over at her, Riku-chan was wearing the same expression. It made no sense to me why those two looked that way. But as soon as Satoko came over and pulled a prank on me, I forgot all about it. See you later! These are the words that signal the best time of the school day. Squeaky chair. As soon as the last period ended, my classmates ran out of the room. Hanyu was popular all day today. She's Riku-chan's age, so all the lower grade students gathered around her. Older students like me and Mion didn't have a chance to get close to her. Well, I'm sure they'd rather have a new student who's their age than a scary-looking older guy. Ha, that's right. You look so scary at first, Keiichi-kun. It's probably because you were nervous. Hey, that's mean. I was trying to be friendly so I could get along with the class. You're far from friendly. You slapped me upside the head on your first day. Keiichi-san, don't you recall? It's because of how I was treated on my very first day. There was a thumbtack on the seat of my chair and even a frog on my desk. Ah, he didn't remember. We heard there was a new student in the teacher's office, so we went to take a peek. We saw you there. You looked so nervous that Toko must have thought she had to do something to help you relax. Ho 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 ho! As your elder, I was being considerate, you see? Tss, that's impossible. Impossible. Although that blackboard eraser trap sure did help to ease my tension. But Toko will be so pleased with herself if I tell her that, so I'll never admit it. Hanyu-chan must have gone home with everyone else. I'm sure she's still popular even after school. Hahaha. Still, your first day at a new school is always really exhausting. I'm sure she'll sleep very well tonight. Quite sure too. Ho 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 ho. Okay everyone. It's been a while since I've been busy with work quite a bit lately. It's time for a club meeting! What? I've been waiting for this. It's been so long that I've gotten rusty. Meet. I've been bored because I haven't rubbed a loser's head in a while. How? I won't lose. I won't be holding back just because it's been a while. Heh. You sure have pent up frustrations, huh? Great. That makes things even more interesting. Everyone's motivated, huh? Better watch out. I'm in top form today. Mion, you're gonna wish you went to work instead. Mion's had to work quite a bit lately because her uncle's shop is short on staff. So we haven't done any club activities for a long while. For us, club activities are the main reason we come to school. In a way, we live for these few hours after school. If there are no club activities, there's no point in coming here at all. So it only makes sense for us to be excited about getting to have a meeting again. I guess none of us will be satisfied with an ordinary game. Hey, what should we play? Mion looked into the club locker. I'm always curious about what's in that locker and how much of it there is. I swear there's more in there than it can realistically hold. Just then we heard the door open. Oh shit. Oh? Hanyu-chan? Oh. Hello. What are you doing here? Did you forget something? Thought she had already gone home. Did she forget her lunchbox or something? It's not that big of a deal to forget a textbook, but you can't forget a lunchbox. Oh, whoa. Hanyu, what is it? Are you looking for something? Hanyu looked at us apologetically. What is it? Are we in the way? She kept staring at us timidly. Are we sitting in Hanyu's seat? No, that's not it. What is it, Hanyu-chan? Can we help you? Can we? Oh, whoa. I ran to talk to her, but there was no communication to be had. Almost like trying to have a conversation with a stray cat. What is this? Hanyu was fixated on something. I followed her gaze and found Rika-chan. Hanyu's apologetic gaze was directed at Rika-chan. Meet. Oh, hold on. No, it's not as crowded. Okay. I think I like this design more than the other one. I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked too carefully at the new designs for the new anime that got delayed. I won't say anything. If you want it, you need to say it yourself, Hanyu. Oh, whoa. With that, I finally figured it out. Hanyu wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to say it, so she wanted Rika-chan to say it for her. Rika-chan told her to say it herself. In other words, we need to listen to what Hanyu has to say. We patiently waited for Hanyu to speak up. When I think about what happened this morning, I realize this kind of silence makes her even more nervous. Rena, noticing that, talked to her in a sweet tone of voice. What is it, Hanyu-chan? Can you tell me? I'll help you. Oh, whoa. What is it? Can you say it one more time? Oh, whoa. Jesus. Rena raised her voice. What? Let this old man know too. What is it? Are you sure? What could it be? Please share it with us all. Well... I want to join your club. Hanyu said it loudly, as if to shake off her embarrassment. Now that's a surprise. Where did you hear about us? Oh, I want to join. I want to join your club. Very good. You did a great job. Clap, clap, clap. Riki-chan must have known that Hanyu wanted to join the club all along. Mion folded her arms with a smile and stared at Hanyu as if appraising her. Needless to say, Hanyu was intimidated. You're awfully reckless, jumping into mortal peril by choice. But our club isn't just any old club. Only a select few are allowed to join, and that's only after passing a gruesome trial. Just because you want to join doesn't mean you can, you know? Ah, look, Hanyu-chan. Mi-chan's club might look fun, but how, you know, it's not that easy. Oh, I already know that. You have to win, otherwise you don't know what might happen. Are you sure you're aware of that? Oh, I won't lose. But besides, Hanyu swallowed once, and it said what was on her mind. It sounded like a big thing to say for her, as though it had a much deeper meaning. I used to hate to lose, so I always ran away from every game. But running away is even worse than losing. I can win only if I continue to fight, despite the pain of failure. That's something I've learned. Hanyu. When Mion realized that, although she looks timid, Hanyu was actually very courageous. She grinned. Looks like she's grown fond of her. Well, well, she's got guts. How about it, Mion? Why don't we let her try, huh? Let her take the entrance exam. Usually takes more than a few weeks to determine if one is even qualified to take the exam. Yet she wants to take it on her first day? What should I do? Mion pretended to be stubborn, but in reality, she was simply playing with her. If she actually didn't want her to join, she would have refused her right away. Of course, if Hanyu was bothered by this kind of intimidation, she wouldn't be able to survive in this club. Just like Ren and Satoko said, her club is relentless. Winning should be your utmost goal. Always aim for first place, and if you come in last, you'll wish you were never born. Oh, I'll do my best. Hahaha, the punishment for losing is actually kind of fun too. Hanyu-chan, you've been watching the whole time, huh? You've been wanting to join for the longest time, huh? I got the feeling that Rena had just mumbled something like that. Come on, Mion, let her try. I got in by going through that too, you know? Quite true. Let's see what Hanyu-san is made of. Have fun, Hanyu-chan. Won't hold back, okay? I won't hold back either. I wonder about this face. Aww. Good old Hanyu. Okay. I'll only give you my best, Hanyu. Ah, whoa. Very well. Hanyu Furude, you're on. You're allowed to take the entrance exam. Okay then. We'll have to choose a game that Hanyu knows how to play. Well, it'd be good. Oh. Hehehe. What about this? Mion threw a deck of cards onto the desk. Does this mean... We'll play a game that everyone knows. How about Old Maid? Oh, that's fine. Here she goes. This is exactly what I had to endure when I went through this entrance exam. This is the Marked Tile deck. Oh, that's a very enthusiastic response. However, our club's version of Old Maid is a little different, no? Most of the cards have scratches on the back, so by memorizing the scratches, you can tell what card it is. In other words, the more you play this game, the better you are at it. This is simply our way of being mean to newcomers. Hanyu-chan, you can do it. This is a trial. How... You can do it, yeah. This sure brings back memories. I had to go through this too. Just happened recently, but I still feel so nostalgic. It's great that they chose the first game that we experienced. I mean, it's what they use, right? However, that doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Just like how merciless they all were when I did the exam. I'll put everything I've got into this. Right, everyone? Prepare yourself, Hanyu-san. Here we go. If you want to join, let us see what you've got. Roger. Oh. I'll call your hand from the right, okay? Ace, 3, 4, 7, Jack, and Queen. It's too late to hide now. Ow. Sorry, Hanyu-chan. This is the Ace of Spades, right? I'm out. Mwahahaha. Do you get it, Hanyu? This is the entrance exam for our club. Neat. Keiichi's putting his leftover grudge from his own entrance exam into this game. Why can't I say entrance? Come on, Kei-chan. Are you sure you should be saying things like that? Hanyu, take Kei-chan's card on the right. That's what you need to win. Oh, I'm done. What? That's not fair. Okay, I'm dead serious now. How dare you make me mad? Hanyu, do you want to go home on a leash, wearing shorts with a tail on them, on your first day? My. I think you would look better in them, Keiichi-san. How? Yes. I'm gonna take him home with me. I'll make him do that punishment. That's a great idea. I'm in too. Hey, you guys, why are you picking on me, huh? Fine then. I'm gonna make all of you do it. Okay. Why the car on? Okay, this is the banquet section. Can you hear me? Also, hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay, that was a message to look at. Okay, this is the banquet section. Can you hear me? One more speech and then we'll move on to a toast. Are you ready? This is the back end. We're ready. Can't hear anything from inside, so please give us a cue when the speech is finishing up. 10 bottles per table, okay? Make sure you serve your tables smoothly. Young waiters with bow ties got bottles of beer ready for a toast. There are several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people are sitting at each table, so there are at least a few hundred people there. The banquet room is teeming with excitement. There are many plates with different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruit platter. Also along the wall there are cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. Sounds like a grand old time. All the guests appear to be well-mannered gentlemen. And obviously there are notable people from different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly tells us that this hotel holds a status good enough for those famous people. An elderly gentleman is giving a long speech on the stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests are actually excited with his speech. Maybe the word excited isn't suitable. Maybe it should be described as an upsurge in a strange way. Anyway, Japan accepted the demand for unconditional surrender. And the day they did, the Pacific War ended. In other words, even if they had to take care of further business, the war ended that day according to international law, and from that day on, there was peace. Therefore, if any troops invaded Japanese land during that peace, that would be an encroachment against Japan. No matter what the Soviet Union says, the northern territories are Japanese land. It should be clear to everyone that they invaded illegally. Hear, hear. And now they want to settle by returning a mere 2 islands to us? Do they think they're kidding? Listen, Habumai, Shikotan, Kunashir, and Iturup are Japanese territory. Their total area is equal to the entire prefecture. What would you think if the Soviets invaded and occupied one of our prefectures? Would you settle for just getting a half of the prefecture back? No, you wouldn't. You'd have the entirety returned to you. But the Soviets are brazenly sitting there claiming vested rights to the land. This is no joke. You must strongly oppose this to the bitter end. Return all the northern islands. Our nation must demonstrate unwavering resolve on that point. Thunderous applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt that way by cheering him on. Oh shit. In all that hubbub, there were 2 people standing by the wall who didn't seem to fit in with the rest. They were wearing sharp-looking suits, and while a little too old to be called young men, were certainly young compared to all the elderly gentlemen in the banquet room. Why do politicians always tend to lean right or nationalists? Be so partisan? That's simple. What politicians want most are votes. And votes are cast by their constituents. But not everyone over 20 actually votes. Voter turnout is highest amongst those who are retired and have free time, so the elderly interested in politics monopolize the votes. That means the key to their election is whether or not they can secure the elderly vote. The war only happened 40 years ago. In other words, the generation that's interested in voting is the generation from before the war. My mother talks about air raids often. She used to live near Suidobashi, and she lost all her family in an air raid. She had to walk across the burnt fields all alone. That's right. My parents went through the war. They shed their blood, sweat, and tears, believing it was for the good of the nation. We lost the war, but they believed the war still brought about change that serves as a foundation for the peace we have today. I hear that a lot. That if Japan hadn't fought in the war, the Asian countries would still be Western colonies. There was no way we could have won, but we needed to fight in that war, or something like that. In that case, no matter how much they preach pacifism, politicians can't ignore the pre-war generation. War is bad. We should never again fight a war. But that war was necessary. Unless they say things like that, it's like they're denying. It's like they're denying the very lives that generation lived. I see. Politicians have to work hard to invoke time. However, it would be one thing if they were truly proclaiming their own beliefs, but many of them are simply saying that to get elected. As long as there are politicians trying to win over what remains of the pre-war generation, this country's post-war era will never end. That's how the ghosts of the war will pass their will onto the next generation, and keep things the same for the next millennium. They'll just keep repeating that the war was justified yet regrettable every time an election takes place. When will our country ever be freed from that cycle? It's simple, actually. Did I? Yeah, I did. It's simple. Young people need to vote. Don't be fooled by war stories. Vote for those actually pushing policies. Realistic policies, that is. Yeah. There are a few who talk about some pretty unrealistic things. Ha ha ha. Akasaka-san, isn't that the F table? There she is. Let's go. The speech had ended, and the elderly gentlemen were giving the man on the stage a standing ovation. The 2 men walked through the crowd and approached an old lady in a kimono. Yes, that would be me, but who are you? I made an appointment with you on the phone yesterday. I'm Akasaka. This is the lady that supported Takano. Ooh, oh. My husband worked so hard for this country. Even so. Madam, I understand what you're going through. This wasn't really anything out of the ordinary. Nobody could remember if there had been a donation or not. So a handful of politicians were questioned. As a result, some came up with a scheme to blame a sickly, elderly man who had already retired. With only a short time to live anyway, he was a perfect fit for them. The elderly man had already been sick in bed, and the shock of his friends betraying him had taken away his will to live. The only thing his wife could do was to simply watch him suffer. She kept crying while telling the men about her husband's achievements. Her husband is in fact innocent. A judge will rule accordingly. Don't worry. All false accusations will be cleared. I already know that, because he is innocent. But he won't live to see the verdict. He worked so hard for this country, and this is what he gets in return at the end? How could he rest in peace? Akasaka nodded and tried to find the right words to say to her. His colleague rummaged through a pile of paperwork behind him. Papers were filled with fine print, and it would be hard for an onlooker to tell exactly what they were. However, the way he was looking at them made it very clear that they contained something important. Akasaka-san, this is amazing. This records exactly how the money was moved. This records. Akasaka gave him a signal to remind him that this wasn't the place to be looking through those documents. Madam, there isn't any more paperwork, is there? No. That was the only thing in the safe. Please, use it to get back at those ingracious bastards. My husband did so much for them, and yet they... Ooh... Madam, you do understand that some things in these documents will implicate him, don't you? Yes, I understand that. One can't be honest all the time when one is a politician. I am his wife, after all. Thank you for your cooperation. I will use this to expose the injustice that was done to him. Only one thing. May I ask you just one thing, though? Could you wait until my husband passes away before making this public? The paperwork Akasaka received was something her husband intended to take to the grave with him. Something that shouldn't exist in this world. If it went public, her husband's name would be disgraced. Akasaka nodded. I understand. You have my word. Vast public funds were moving from Kasumigaseki. The funds were issued to sub-branches to carry out national policies. The various ideas over the public funds always came together. There was never an end to those trying to poke a straw into it, to suck it out like a mosquito. Excess dividends, cordial patronage, profits for organizations that benefited themselves. Many financiers approached and adhered to officials and politicians hoping to earn those gains. And the bureaucrats constantly indulged them. That's how Japanese corruption works. These illegal pipes from bypass after bypass in Kasumigaseki, siphoning off public funds for their profit. To find and destroy such pipes is, of course, in the national interest. But eliminating all illegal expenditures isn't as simple as all that. There are important people connected to these pipes, and when those people are investigated, a major political scandal takes place. The reason why the government doesn't investigate such illegal expenditures is not only to protect vested interests, but also because they are conscious of the damage these scandals can cause politically. To put it more succinctly, the government can't endure the pain of pushing pus out of a wound. The closer the exposed subject is to the top, the greater the pain faced by the government. That affects the cabinet approval rating. The closer the subject is to the core, the more extensive the damage to the heart. The secret investigation Akasaka was leading went as close to the heart as it got, and could cause a collapse of the administration from shock. Akasaka was tipped off that a huge amount of public funding was leaking out through an alumni organization of the 7 imperial universities, so he and his colleagues had been conducting a secret investigation into the matter for a long time. Is it Hanyu? His target was tightly knit, but he learned the wife of one of the organization's senior members bore strong resentment toward them after her husband was made their scapegoat, and he managed to contact her. And because of that, he had got his hands on extremely important information. Good work, everyone. We've almost gathered enough proof. What Akasaka-kun brought us is particularly shocking. You must have worked hard to get it. Great work. Thank you. The small meeting room was filled with boxes that were in turn filled with documents. A whiteboard was filled with cramped writing too. A few of the investigators in the meeting room, which was also filled with smoke, were reading the documents intensely. Their intimidating manner clearly indicated that they were police officers with a great deal of experience. Akasaka was one of those men. It had been a while since Mamoru Akasaka was transferred to this department. When he worked on the case of the kidnapping of Minister Inukai's grandson, he had been a rookie, but by now he was an experienced investigator. After a knock on the door, an elderly man entered the room. Everyone straightened up all at once. Sir, thank you for stopping by. Thank you. You don't need to stand. Relax. I brought a wonderful gift for you all today. Kano, you'll get to go to your son's Parents' Day meeting after all. The meeting room was filled with sighs tinged with exasperation and resignation. Certainly wasn't because any of them hated getting to go to Parents' Day. I knew it. Thought it was about time? Shit. Akasaka's colleague complained. They had been so close to getting to the root of this issue, they had such strong evidence. Akasaka, on his part, wasn't too disturbed. This had happened several times in the past, and considering how hot the documents he obtained were, it was easy enough to predict. The case was suddenly transferred to another department. That meant their investigation ended here. The new department was supposed to continue the investigation to expose injustices, but that's never happened once before. It was just an excuse. The investigation had been terminated because of pressure from above. J. Poodle? What's up, Gus? Damn it. What about everything we've worked for so far? It's just to see how much it hurt to push out the pus. They realized it would be too painful, so they decided not to treat the wound. In that sense, their hard work wasn't wasted. Because of it, the investigation was terminated. Akasaka understood that, but his colleague wasn't yet mature enough to understand. Of course, Akasaka's sense of justice was displeased by this. He felt frustrated with his superiors, who had hesitated to expose the truth. But he was mature enough to know not to say that out loud. We'll organize what we have and hand it over to the other end later. Anyway, since you haven't had a day off for a long time, you don't have to wait until 5 p.m. to leave today. Please go home and get some rest. We'll talk about what's left to do tomorrow. Also, don't forget to use up your vacation time too. Make sure you take a vacation and give a treat to your spouses. Chief, please come with me. That will be all. Yes, sir. So let me see. Okay. Those long, secret investigation left a bad taste in his mouth. With its resolution, he managed to earn a holiday until the next incident arrived. Well, guess we'll do as he says. Everyone, go home and get some rest. If you go home that early, you might find out your wife is having an affair, you know? Dumbass, you don't know anything. Akasaka-san and his wife are madly in love. He calls her every night from a public phone in a different building. I envy you, Akasaka. My wife is pretty cool. Tahaha. Nice. Well, of course it's gotta be the world where good things have happened. Akasaka smiled bitterly as he gathered documents in his hands. One of the pages fell to the floor. It was a page from a huge pile of papers documenting illegal expenditures. They exposed the illegal expenditures of the Alphabet Project, the research team for the next generation of hardware in the Defense Agency. It was entirely possible that this project was created in the first place for the purpose of funneling these illegal expenditures. When he saw the paper on, one thing caught Akasaka's eye. He picked it up, looked at it, and tried to remember. It was a list of people who illegally received public funds. It was also a list of retirees who were still very much in love with money. There should have been no connection between those people and Akasaka. However, there was one thing that caught his attention. The EDA clinic. As soon as he said it, all sorts of memories resurfaced. Oof. I'm sorry, that just came to mind. I was laughing for like 4 minutes about it. J. Poodle. It's all good, Gus. Yes. The EDA clinic. When he was working on the case of Minister Unikai's grandson's abduction, he got into a scuffle with the suspects and became injured. He was taken to the local clinic. So wait, but he didn't go home. So his wife still lives. As he recalled, the name of that clinic was the EDA clinic. He started to remember one thing after another. His very first experience with wading into the muck. It was burnt into his mind like a fresh memory, and he could vividly recall everything that happened. His daughter was about to be born, and he really didn't want to go to Hinamizawa. He met Oishi, who taught him a lot of important things. He also met a girl in that village. Her name was, yes, Rika Furude. That was it. How long had it been? How old was she now? As he remembered her lovely smile, he also remembered the ominous prediction she made. She had predicted that if he didn't go back to Tokyo, something terrible would happen. At the time, he took it as nonsense, but he felt something odd about it, as if it was a divine omen. Then he had remembered Yuki, who was about to give birth. He became concerned that something terrible would happen to her. But he couldn't just leave and go back to Tokyo. That's why he called her right away. He told her something would happen. He told her to be very careful until he returned. Yuki had laughed and told him he was being paranoid, but that phone call indeed saved her from a calamity. Nice. Akasaka had found out about that when he visited her after returning to Tokyo. A few days after his phone call, the janitor was seriously injured when he stepped on a loose tile on the stairs on his way to the rooftop. He also heard afterwards that Yuki had a habit of going up to the roof for a walk every day, but because of his phone call, she had stopped doing it. If he hadn't called her, she would have been the one to step on the loose tile. In other words, Rika Furude's prediction had been correct. There was no proof, but Akasaka still believed that he was able to save Yuki only because of Rika Furude's prediction. So instead of going back, he just makes a phone call. That works. He had intended to call and thank her for saving Yuki, but the busy days that followed put it out of his mind. Rika-chan. He wondered if she was still doing well, if she was still smiling. Akasaka remembered the sad prediction she made on that night under the moon, while still wearing that smile. That's right. She'd said something. She predicted someone would get killed on the night of the festival every year, and that on the 5th year in, she'd be the one to be killed. That's right, he thought. She did say that. The 5th year. That's this year. The festival is... That's right, it's in June. If I remember correctly, it happens on the last Sunday of the month. Akasaka looked at the calendar. It was June 1983. Although there was still some time, the death she predicted for herself was coming up. The girl who predicted Yuki's accident also prophesied that a serious incident would occur annually for the next 5 years. If it had actually been happening, then it would happen again this year. Akasaka wondered if Oishi was still at the Okonomiya PD. If the annual incident she predicted actually was taking place, he would know. In other words, he could confirm if Rika Furude was going to be killed or not with a phone call to Oishi. The girl who predicted her own death had muttered that she didn't want to die. Muttered? No. It was clearly a plea for help. The young girl who was trapped in the fathomless, bizarre traditions of a village she couldn't escape had sought help from him, an outsider. She paid his reward in advance, in the form of foreseeing Yuki's accident. He had to get to her. He had to go save her. A flood of emotions filled him up. He felt as though he had finally remembered something he was never supposed to forget. That's right. He had to go to Hinamizawa. He had to save the girl who asked him for help. Hello? Okonomiya PD. Hello, is Kurado Oishi still working in your investigation department? If he is, may I talk with him, please? Excuse me, may I ask who's calling? Could you tell him it's Akasaka from the police headquarters? Oishi was a very lively person. They had been old even back then. Maybe he had already transferred somewhere else. Maybe he had since retired. But if he was still there, he'd be happy to hear from Akasaka. He sure had a unique laugh. Oh yeah, if he did leave early, then he wouldn't have played Mahjong. Right. Oishi-san, there's a phone call for you. Someone from police headquarters in Tokyo. Tokyo? Who could that be? Hello, this is Oishi. What? My oh my, and how have you been? Ha 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 ha. First miracles? Oh man. Well, there's Hanyu's face. Any tips? Nope, okay. Well, then we save. End of chapter 5? Well, there it is. You know, it just took a while. But there we go. Hanyu has already grown used to being around us. Since Rika-chan and Soko are her age, she's become especially close with them. Of course, Rena and Mion are looking after her too. Rena told me something the day Hanyu joined the class. She said that Hanyu has been close to us for a long time, and that she's been watching us play, that she always wants to join us. Still can't remember seeing her before, but somehow I can believe it. Hanyu has accepted all the things that surprised me at first as if she knew about them all along. She knows everything about us, and it seems she is truly excited about finally being able to join in. Hanyu is definitely part of our group now. She sure is. It almost feels like she's been one of us this whole time. That can't be true, though. No, it is. She's been by our side all this time. Huh? Are you saying that now, too? You told me that a couple days ago. Is it just that I didn't notice? It's because you're dense, Keiichi. Me. Fine, so what if I'm dense? Oh, well, why are you two sitting down? Are you tired? You never feel tired, Hanyu. Meanwhile, we're exhausted. It's because I've waited so long to be able to play with y'all. This isn't nearly enough. I want to play more and more. Ah, well. You're full of energy. By the way, those things on your head, don't they fall when you play? Ow? Hanyu has horns on her head. I thought that it was a hair accessory of sorts, so I didn't want her to lose it while playing. I was going to offer to hold it for her while she ran around. But Hanyu's face clouded over, and she apologetically held onto the horns. Keiichi, Hanyu can't take them off. Eh? Ah, I see. Sorry about that. Oh, is it strange to have horns? No, not at all. I think it's cute. Yeah, Kei-chan even has a horn between his legs, don't you? Though it's hard and curves backward. What? How? What kind of horn is between his legs? What kind? Renaissance Punch is still the one thing I can't follow. Are you quite alright, Mion-san? There's a depression in your face. Everyone laughed except Hanyu, who didn't seem to get it. I shouldn't have said anything. Bet she doesn't like to talk about her horns. But if I try to apologize, I think things will get even more complicated. As I thought about what to say, Rena took the girls over to the shrine gate. Don't worry about it, Keiichi. Hanyu tries not to let it bother her, but she hasn't had enough training. Neat. So she doesn't like to talk about them? Huh. Sorry, I'll be more careful. Hanyu came to Hinamizawa a very long time ago. She did? No wonder she knows so much about the village. I don't know where she lived before she came here. I asked her once, but all she said was it was a place I wouldn't understand. Hanyu said that Hanyu's people couldn't live there anymore. They looked for a new place to live for a long time. They traveled a very long way before arriving in Hinamizawa. There was a beautiful swamp in the area, and that was exactly what Hanyu's people were looking for. But there was a village nearby where people lived. To show respect to the original inhabitants of an area was law among wandering people like Hanyu's. Her clan decided to live peacefully and coexist with the villagers. However, their attempts to coexist didn't go so well. The villagers were too childish and immature to accept these newcomers. They strongly rejected them, and caused a terrible tragic disaster. Hanyu said she took their form and descended upon this land in order to subdue the disaster. However, she just couldn't hide her horns. The forbidden ancient documents say that Hanyu descended to the Furude Shrine, appearing as she does today. It also states the following: Hanyu's people can't live anywhere other than this village. They can also only live by coexisting with the villagers. The Furude Shrine's priests once rejected them, claiming that coexistence was impossible if mixing with the wandering people's blood caused the villagers to become demons. But the young heir of the Furude Shrine fell in love with Hanyu, and when their child was born, the priest had to reconsider. Wait, let me read that again. Oh, okay. Oh, wandering people who cannot hide your horns, if you wish to settle in this land, if you wish to settle with our blood, then I shall consider granting your wish. However, as the demon's blood mixed with the villagers, it became hard to tell who was human and who was demon. The villagers began to cast suspicion on one another, haunted by that paranoia. Unless all of that was resolved, coexistence would be impossible. Impossible? For you and us to coexist, we must lay down several laws for us to follow. They will be very strict. I am very, very sorry for imposing these upon you, who have lived in peace until now. However, as long as those rules are followed, the village will be free from demonic disaster. Very well, the rules will be followed. But much blood has already been shed in the village. The anger, sins, and corruption people bear cannot be cleansed. The one law of the human world is that sins are atoned for with life. I see. If you say it's your way to let someone take on all responsibility and bear the sins with them, then we'll do that. However, wouldn't people end up pushing responsibility on each other because nobody wants to die? Exactly. That's the ugly demon in the world of man. No one will accept their own sins, but only foist them onto each other. Since they can only clear the balance with their lives, everyone refuses to pay. The sins just keep adding up. Without cleansing them, they stagnate. People cast them upon each other forever, doubting each other and passing them around. I see. If that is the unopposable law of this world, and you yourselves are troubled by this law, then in exchange for coexisting with us, I shall grant you a world where people do not blame their sins on each other. What kind of world is it? So long as mankind exists, they will commit sins and give rise to corruption. How could that all be erased without foisting it onto someone else? Let me bear all the sins and corruption born from man, and purify my soul. Let all sins rest not with man. If they are borne upon myself, then man will not need to force them on each other. What are you saying? Are you really going to make yourself into a sacrifice? Someone has to take on the sins, otherwise they won't be cleansed. That's the law of your world, isn't it? So Hanyu dies. A different ancient document also states the following. Of course, it's a forbidden one too. Only the head of the Furude family is allowed to read it. Nobody else. Not even the other heads of the three families. It tells that unrest grew in people's minds, that the villagers' evil hearts collected in the swamp and gave rise to demons. The Furude Shrine's priests explained that the root of all evil was the demon god of the swamp, and led the young villagers there. By the swamp they found a demon mocking the unrest in people's hearts. The young villagers fought bravely, captured the demon, and dragged it to the Furude Shrine. The priests cleansed the demon god, opened her abdomen, and dragged out her organs, chopped them up and washed them down the stream, then threw the body in the swamp. Then people regained their sanity. Those who had been suspicious of each other became friendly, and they all shared the joy of peace again. If these forbidden ancient documents are real, then the object of the villagers' worship, Urashio-sama, was captured by the villagers, forced to bear all their sins, and torn to death. Plus, it's clearly written that the demons appeared after unrest grew in people's hearts. In other words, the demons were forced to bear the sin of discord that rested with man long before they arrived. Urashio-sama was a god who took on people's sins to mend conflicts between them. People eventually came to honor her, and it's said that that became the foundation of faith in Urashio-sama. I don't understand exactly what that means, but I know one thing. When none of us humans would draw the losing straw, she offered to draw it in our stead. To prove it, we cleansed our filth by letting cotton absorb it and drift it down the stream during the Watanagashi festival. There's no shame or shifting of responsibility involved. Until that system was created, we were simply demons who pushed our filth and our responsibility on each other. We could only cleanse our own sins by blaming someone else and sacrificing him by cutting open his abdomen. And Hanyu took on that job. A purification ceremony without a human life. A system that forgives people for their sins. That is the origin of the cult of Urashio-sama, which blames not people for their sins, but the curse. Those documents were sealed away. If they weren't, people would find out that the object of their own faith was falsely blamed and killed by their own ancestors. Hanyu apologizes. She takes in people's sins and keeps apologizing. When people can't deal with their own sins anymore, she accepts them. When Hanyu takes over, people are cleansed, and they are allowed to keep living. Demons take on sins by becoming cotton to absorb them. They are exterminated and washed down the stream, and then the village is forgiven. They are forgiven for their sins. If that's all true, then Hanyu, or rather, Oroshio-sama, is such a tragic existence. I've asked Hanyu about this before, and she told me the following story. 4 people are stuck in a snowy mountain cabin. They play a game while each sitting in one of the 4 corners. It's a fairly well-known story. It's in the middle of winter. They're all getting sleepy. If they fall asleep, they'll die. So one of them comes up with an idea. They're sitting in the 4 corners of the room, so someone just has to walk clockwise to the next corner, wake up the person sitting in that corner. The one who just walked will sit in that corner, and the one who just woke up will get up, walk to the next corner, and wake up the person sitting there. If they keep doing that, nobody will fall asleep. People who know this story won't need an explanation, but this doesn't work with 4 people. When the first person gets up, their corner becomes empty. So after everyone takes turns, the 4th person goes to the next corner, which is an empty one. They sit down and fall asleep, so the game is over right there, and everyone freezes to death. In other words, to play this game, you need more than 4 people. You need 1 more person in order to be saved. People usually tell this as a ghost story. They usually say that this was actually a group of 5 people, but one was already dead. Thanks to that ghost, they're able to continue living until the next morning. Hanyu once told me that she's like that 5th person. If she can make everything run smoothly by joining a circle of people, then it's very similar to how a telephone game in the mountain cabin manages to function without breaking. Hanyu can complete a circle that can't be realized by people alone, and those people can live peacefully. She's an existence that completes a circle. Is she bothered by her horns because it reminds her of the time when she was called a demon and punished for the sins she took in? Is her subconscious still tormenting her with thoughts that those who have horns ought to be persecuted? She was born with those horns. She was hated and abused because of them. Really? I definitely shouldn't have said anything, huh? Just because she has those horns, she had to take in everyone's sins and cleanse them. She did that, and then she was worshipped as a god. Huh? A god? I was talking to myself. Forget about it. Huh? Nobody knows who Hanyu really is. Is she really a divine existence that descended from a higher place? Or is she simply an unlucky girl who became a sacrifice just because she had a pair of horns? Nobody knows, but this girl's blood was blended with the Furide family's blood, and that blood has descended into me. Our legends state that if the Furide family has a girl for their firstborn child for 8 generations in a row, that 8th child will be a reincarnation of Oroshio-sama. I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm that 8th generation. Is that why I was the only person who could see Hanyu? 8 generations is a very long time. Maybe that's how long it took for all the sins Hanyu assumed to be cleared. 8 represents infinity. It's a very lucky number. Often curses uttered will contain, "I'll curse you for 7 generations," but the 8th lies beyond that. In other words, 8 possesses such good fortune that it can forgive great curses and sins that span 7 generations. It's a number with power. It's the time Hanyu needs to cleanse all the sins she took in from the humans. That's why there's 8 chapters. Hanyu and her people simply wanted to coexist with us. But Hanyu had to become a sacrifice. Her stomach was cut open, and its contents washed down the stream. Then she was thrown to the swamp. And so, the Furide family has been waiting. They waited for a very long time for her to come back. They kept our traditions alive, waiting forever and ever for her return. According to legend, the name Furide was made by adding a horn to the character for fortune teller. The Furide family rose when Hanyu's bloodline was combined with that of human beings. Hanyu is the ancestor of the Furide family, as well as the mother of us all. When I was little, Hanyu taught me a lot more things than my mother did. It's no wonder I'm her descendant. Popping by before I eat proper. Sounds good, Effie. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Let me just stretch. How's Higurashi? It's going well. You know, we finished all the fragments. We finished chapter 5. And then, yeah, we're on chapter 6 now. That emote doesn't happen? I don't know. It was weird. I noticed it before with JPChiv stare. Like it was some other... Actually, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, see, that shows up fine. Actually, maybe it's on Streamlabs. It is on Streamlabs. Like, that's not even... Okay, I have to take a photo of this. Okay, when you do it, that's weird. When you do it, it looks fine. But, let me send you this. I have no idea. It looks Monka, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs and Twitch and all that. Yeah, Higurashi's fun. Getting answers. Getting mystery solved. Hanging out with Hanyu. It's a good time. The curse on the clan who exercised and buried their very own mother was finally absolved after 8 generations, what seemed like eternity. And then she met me, her descendant, the final generation of the Furude family. Sometimes when I think about that, I feel like there must be some important meaning to this hapless fate thrust upon me. Is it getting cursed because Higurashi DMs Krigras? I don't know. Maybe. It's been a month. It's been a month of Higurashi, you know? Also important drink. So I need to treat myself. We're not finishing Higurashi today. It's definitely going to be finished tomorrow. But I'm going to try to get as far as I can today. So, you know. We're almost to 127 hours of Higurashi. It's crazy. But it's fun. It's a good time. No more nightmares since that other nightmare that we had. But what kind of meaning could the trial I face? The trial of breaking through the obstacles sealing my fate. Have upon the curse that plagued Hanyu and the Furude family for over a millennium. Monkus. Alright, enjoy. Sounds good, Effie? I was gonna ask about Katamari, but I'll still turn in. Sounds good. But yeah, get that rest. Wave. I'll just ask you tomorrow. Oh. Where? Katamari was great? Nice. I saw the underwater level that you were playing. It looked pretty good. I almost couldn't stop myself from continuing. Yeah. I'll have to play it sometime. But I can play a lot of the levels. That fast? Because you're a pro? Underwater level is great, guys. I think that was the last level I saw before I started my stream. So, but yeah, have a good night, Effie. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, let me just stretch. Okay, hell yeah. All that expertise. 1,000 years is simply too long a period to communicate thoughts and intentions correctly. Hanyu has become the curse we call Oishio-sama. Though she originally was a means of salvation, she has become a chain that binds people. The rules about coexisting were misinterpreted as a law that binds villagers to this place. That continued into the Meiji era. Cheers. Enjoy your stream. Thanks. Will do. And while the village winds once again blow toward the misunderstanding of isolation thanks to the dam conflict, how does that play into my meeting with Hanyu and this motley fate we're trapped in? I haven't lived long enough to be able to understand that. The only thing I can say for sure is that the Furude family originated when Hanyu's bloodline mixed with that of humans, and the line's final descendant, me, finally met with its ancestor. The Furude bloodline bears a curse history of placing all of man's sins onto its mother and killing her. Now, the beginning and end of that line have met. Hanyu always wanted to join everyone, yet she couldn't hide her horns. Even so, she still wished to be an existence that completes a circle. It's a child's job to bury their parents. But mother, I've never heard that it's a child's job to kill and bury their parents. Don't ask, child. I'm not human. My horns are proof that I'm a demon A demon's job is to take on the calamities of the human world. Bearing the calamities of this chaotic world and cleansing the unrest in mankind's hearts is my role. Then, Mother, why do you have to be the one? People's sins are people's sins. They aren't yours. Listen, child. People live with their sins. They can't live without making someone else take the blame. Nobody wants to take the blame, so they shift that responsibility around. That is a demon, the true demon disrupting the world of man. By bearing it myself, man may be cleansed, and mankind can be freed from their destiny of doubt and conflict. Let all the sins, the filth, the karma, and the curse come to me. Then attack me, purify me, wash me down the stream, and throw me in the swamp. A human will not do. So it is the fate of one not human to accept that role. If a human were made to bear it, then mankind would not be freed from the demon of doubt. I don't understand. I don't understand, Mother. Mother, you have horns. Are you saying that you aren't human just because you have horns? That even if you are human, the horns make you non-human? Even if you have horns, you're human to me. My child, you're the only one who's ever said that. Even if everyone else calls me... or... you'll still call me human. I don't know what the X's are. What is passed down in the Furude's many forbidden scrolls, the ones unknown to even the heads of the three families, sealed in the altar in the shrine storage. Understanding that would probably require about as much time as I've spent repeating time. Yet once you understand that, perhaps you'll better understand the smile Hanyu wears as she innocently plays with everyone. Ah! Are you okay? Heard Mion yell with surprise. Something must have happened. What is it? What's going on? Hanyu-san tripped and tumbled down the hill over there. Hanyu-chan, are you okay? She rolled beautifully, but I hope she didn't sprain her ankle or anything. Let's go look. Hanyu had been playing on the slope and tumbled down it. There's a road just below the slope. Mion and the others went down the stairs to get to her. Let's go. Hope she isn't injured. Oh shit. When I got there, I saw Tomitaka-san and Takano-san. They were taking care of her. What happened? We just saw her roll down the hill. She did tumble beautifully, though, hee. But I think she hit her head, so I'm sure she'll get a bump later. Make sure you put some ice on it, okay? Hanyu? Can you hear us? Look how many fingers do you see? Aww. Ow. She sounded disoriented, but didn't appear to be injured. What a relief for everyone. I bet she's just feeling dizzy from rolling. I'm glad. I'm glad you're not hurt. Just think, though. How lucky of you to have a nurse waiting for you down here. What perfect timing. Well, when I'm not working, I'm a wild bird photographer. Right, Jiro-san? Well, yeah, I guess. Wahahaha. Hinamizawa kid would never get hurt from something like that. In other words, you're already one of us, Hanyu. Hanyu-chan? Is that your name? Never seen you before. Are you new around here? Yes, she is. She transferred in just last Monday. What are these? How peculiar. Are they some kind of toy? Takano-san tried to poke at one of Hanyu's horns. They'd be an interesting hair accessory if they were an accessory. That's what's cute. That's what's cute. Okay. No, I did read that right. That's what's cute about Hanyu-chan. Please don't touch them, though. Oh, is that so? I don't think they're that cute, though. After all, they look just like, monster. Oh shit, monster, don't they? Hey, Nodame. How's it going? What is that? How many? How many what? Suddenly, Hanyu moaned as if suffocating. Takano, Hanyu isn't a monster. Don't ever say that again. That's right, Takano-san. That was mean. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Rika-chan said it rather firmly. I'm sure Hanyu doesn't want to hear that word. Sometimes Takano-san says things in a derogatory way without realizing it herself. But I guess there are things you can't or shouldn't say. Hanyu was looking at Takano-san with a complicated look on her face. After seeing that expression, Takano-san realized she might have hurt her feelings. She apologized and left Tomitaka-san. Hanyu is just good food for people. No, don't eat Hanyu. Are you okay? Hanyu? You landed beautifully too, so you're not injured? Oh, Rika. That person. Oh. Her? That's Takano. Takano. Hanyu repeated Takano-san's name. All of a sudden, I grew worried that she hit her head or something. Hanyu stood straight up and grabbed Rika-chan's collar. Hanyu's so cute. Just a bit, yeah. Rika! Oh, it's Takano. Takano. That's right. She's Takano. Hey, Supa. Lurker Brother Man. Hope you have an awesome weekend. I am Supa. Hope you had a good stream. I guess he just finished? Or Hanyu doesn't like her? She most definitely does not like Takano. Yeah, appreciate the lurk, Supa. Let's see. Move that over there. What's up, Gus? Move that over there. And we're good. No, Rika. Takano. Don't you remember? I know. Yeah, Takano, right? From the EDA clinic. You can't remember? Sorry, Hanyu. What are you talking about? Rika. This can't be. Ah, shit. Well, she doesn't remember. This is the last one. The last one. She finally imprinted herself with the true enemy's name while enduring the pain of her stomach being cut open. Yet she can't remember. Rika Furude has failed to inherit the memory of the fragments. Oh, that's unfortunate. Even after she suffered. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Conga line of crazy that consists of your chat never ends, JP. It never ends. Hanyu has deleted the memory about Takano. Is it Hanyu's fault, though? Or, you know, she's so psycho? It seemed like she was just concerned. She was like disheartened to hear, to see. One after another we keep coming in. Oh, Akasaka-san! Long time no see. Oishi-san, you haven't changed a bit. What are you saying? I've been on an apple diet lately, and I've lost a few pounds. Can't you tell? But just look at you. You look great. Well, I have to stay in shape for my job. 552C-san? Is that Akasaka? Hey, Kura-chan. Is this the guy? One who came here a few years ago from Tokyo? Nice to see you again, too, Hondai-san. It has been a while. My, look at you. Must be nice to be so young. Well, since you came such a long way, let's just head to a restaurant. I'm regular there, so I'm sure we can get in before it opens. Come on. Oishi-san, are you sure? Don't you still have some work to do? What? Not at all. I'm on special training with a mission investigator from Tokyo headquarters. Come on, let's get going. Oh wait, gotta make a phone call first. They're greenhorns compared to someone like you. But I put some help together for us. Ah, there you are. Kuma-chan! Do you want to come play with us tonight? Oishi-san, you really haven't changed a bit. Akasaka used to think Oishi wasn't serious enough about work. But after experiencing many different things in the real world, that preconception had completely disappeared. Oishi is that way because of his experience. It's not always best to take things seriously. In this world, sometimes being that frank can help. In Akasaka's case, people often tell him to relax more. But in Oishi's case, maybe he should straighten out a little. Oishi, what his name means? Big stone? Oishi's big stone? It's not delicious. Come on, Akasaka-san, let's go. Yes, at once. Yeah, good answer. You sound like a veteran police officer now. Glad to hear it. The old Akasaka would have thought Oishi was making fun of him, but by now he could take it as an honest assessment. Boy, you sure can drink now. I like that food. Sure can drink now, Akasaka-san. I don't think I can keep up with you. Must be true that when one gets old, he can't drink as much as before. You're too modest. I'm just better because an intelligence officer has to be able to hold his liquor. I have a budget set aside at all times for training with my young colleagues. Japanese sake, Western liquor, Chinese liquor, whatever. Sometimes I drink at little bars and sometimes at expensive clubs. That sounds pretty good. I'll have to join you to coach them sometime. Yes, please come teach us your tricks. Young guys nowadays often talk about how they can't drink. I couldn't drink it all first, you know. The more you drink, the better your body adjusts to alcohol, and the more you enjoy drinking. That's right. Are you listening, Kumi-chan? Yeah, I heard. I can down quite a few now. Wahahaha. No, really, you're right. When you first teamed up with Oishi, you were already drinking oolong tea with the toast. That's no good. Toast has a very important meaning. Has a very important meaning. If you don't drink any alcohol, you're saying you're not satisfied with the party. So when I see young people like that, I tell them, I'm not saying that you have to drink up in one gulp, but your first round has to at least be a medium mug. When Akasaka first came to Okonomiya, he was very nervous, but there was no trace of that tension left in him. Seeing that, Oishi realized just how much Akasaka had learned in the past few years. Nahahaha. There you go, Akasaka-san. Man, you've really grown a lot more dependable. During the years I've been waiting to retire, you've grown so much. Might be time for the younger generation to take over, huh? That's not true. There's one thing I've learned, it's that the only thing that matters is experience. Leave the hard labor and the crime scenes to us young officers, while you veterans take pride at your desks and work us to the bone. Did you hear that, Kuma-chan? Did you? Did you? Okay, I heard him. I'll give it everything I got. Wahahaha. Oishi, Kumagan-kun has already given it everything he's got. He's diligent about his patrols to make up for your distaste for them. You know how Oishi-san is, right? I've only worked with him for a few days, but I understand what you're going through. Even so, he'll make you into a good cop. Just believe in him. Yes, sir. I'll do my best. But even if I learn how to drink, I can't learn how to be good at mahjong. Oishi-san takes all of my pay before I can give it to my wife. Mahjong is intellectual baggage you need. The more you play, the more confident you get. Let's play together later. I'll teach you how not to lose. Oishi, he's a good guy, huh? Kinda reminds me of how you were when you were young. That can't be. I wasn't nearly as handsome. Foo. It was unusual for Oishi to enjoy anyone's company this much. Akasaka and Oishi only worked together for a few days. They had exchanged some holiday cards but that was about it. Oishi had no idea how happy it would make him to see such a greenhorn grow into a dependable cop. Oishi always thought he wanted to be active until the day he retired. But after seeing such a dependable colleague, he began to think that maybe it was time for him to step down. Oishi and Akasaka enjoyed their reunion more than they thought they would. The owner of the place was bringing the electric sign inside. All the chairs were up on the tables, and the owner's wife was cleaning the floor. There was nobody else around. Judging by the clock, it was almost 3 a.m. This is a reunion, right, Kuro-chan? Take your time, okay? Just wake me up when you leave so I can lock the door. Sorry about this. Thank you. There wouldn't be anything else open at such a late hour. Oishi and his colleagues still wanted to talk, so they decided to stay. Kumagai couldn't fight his sleepiness and was nodding off. They were talking about Akasaka's job. Akasaka works at a department specializing in public safety. Oishi and the others were interested in all his stories of danger and bravery. Anyway, I want to meet with Rika Furude. By Rika Furude, you mean the orphaned daughter of the Furude family? Orphaned? What happened to her parents? Rika Furude had predicted that there would be an incident in Hinamizawa every year for the following 5 years. Her parents, according to her, were supposed to be killed in the 3rd year running. Yeah, it was the 3rd year of the curse of Orishio-sama. 1981. Must have been. The Furude couple died rather suspiciously. It was 3 years after you came to Hinamizawa, Akasaka-san. 3 years? Did it happen in June? 3 years after I visited? Yeah, that's about right. Why? Is there something about it that bothers you? Akasaka shut his eyes tightly to chase away the alcohol in his brain and tried to remember the girl's prediction. He had, after all, come here to confirm it. I came here in 1978. What about the damn construction site manager? Well, that's the guy I played Mahjong with. How has he been doing? It was in the newspaper, I think. Maybe it was just in the local ones. Well, he was killed in a fight with the other workers that year. Furude had predicted that he'd be killed in a gruesome way, that his body would be dismembered. Was he mutilated? See, you know about it already. That's exactly it. His right arm is still missing too. So unfortunate. The following year, on the same day, in June 1980, Stoko's parents will be pushed to their deaths. Maybe it should be called an accident. A lamentable accident. I'll continue. The following year, the year after the manager's death, I think. Let's see. I know. Stoko-san, it was. I think she's a little girl. Did her parents die in an accident? Oh, how much do you already know? That's right. The dam supporters, the Hojo couple, fell off a cliff while on vacation, though it still hasn't been confirmed if it was an accident or an incident. In the following year, on the same day, in June 1981, my parents will be killed. In the following year, yes, Rika Furude's parents died, but none of those incidents make sense. You sure know a lot about the curse of Orishio-sama. None of those incidents were made public because of pressure from the locals, so I'm surprised at how much you know about them. I can't believe this. But even you can't know about the following year, because starting with the 4th year in a row, we decided to investigate secretly. I think I know about it anyway. In the following year, on the same day, in June 1982, Stoko's mean aunt will die. Her head will be smashed in. The following year, so that was last year, Stoko-san from earlier, wasn't her aunt beaten to death? Shit, you're right. Nagasaka-san, how do you know so much? I think I know who will be killed the year after that. What? What are you saying? Besides, the year after last year means it's this year. I'll be killed. It'll be in June of 1983. In other words, this month. Rika Furude will be killed. Oishi and the others were at a loss for words. Akasaka had talked about the 4 mysterious incidents. Although he had been far away, he belonged to a very special unit of public safety. It could have been possible for him to find out about their secret investigations. That was why it wasn't that odd for Akasaka to mention that. To mention the series of mysterious deaths, even though he had been far away from Hinamizawa. However, not only did he know about them, but he also named the next victim. Oishi and his co-workers had sobered up entirely. Akasaka-san, it's getting late. We're all exhausted, so let me get to the bottom of this. What is it that you're trying to say? Okay. All this is what she told me when I was in Hinamizawa in June of 1978. What? Oishi couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was left speechless. I know it's hard to believe. When she told me back then, I thought she was just being a mischievous little girl. But she told me she was going to be killed in the 5th year running. In other words, she asked me to help her, I think. The main purpose of my visit to Hinamizawa this time is to find her and ask her if she still needs my help. Akasaka-san, I'm retiring this year. I want to take revenge on the people who killed the manager on the 1st year. I'll jump on any lead I can find. So let me just confirm this with you. What you just said isn't a joke, is it? If it is, you had better tell me right now. I'm telling you the truth. Rika Furude told me this in June 1978. But at the time, I didn't think anything of it, so I didn't tell you about it. I'm very sorry. No, you didn't know. Even if you had told me, I don't think I would have believed you. Only because it happened 4 years in a row did we believe you now. Uishi must have been thinking that if only Akasaka had told him that back then, he could have saved his friend. What the old man from forensics just said was right too. Uishi wouldn't have believed him back then. And his friend would have died anyway, and Uishi would have been left with regret and not being able to do anything. That's true. I should be the one apologizing. Still, Rika Furude. Why Rika Furude? I don't know exactly what's going on in Yamazawa right now. I read in the papers that the dam construction plan was halted indefinitely. That's why I assumed Hinamizawa is peaceful now. Dam conflict is over, yeah. But starting the following year, these mysterious deaths, known locally as the Curse of Oishiro-sama, started to occur annually. And it played out just like you said. I think she's entrusted me with something extremely important. Uishi-san, let me ask you. Do you think it's possible for Rika Furude to be killed this year? They say that the Furude couple was held in low regard for being so passive during the dam conflict. That might be the reason why the curse fell upon them in the 3rd year. So I do think that Rika Furude's death. It's possible, isn't it? Uishi nodded slowly. I'm gonna try and get in touch with Rika Furude tomorrow. I think the best thing to do is to talk to her directly. Can I come with you, Akasaka-san? This story about Rika Furude sounds like something very important for me too. My, you've come bearing quite the incredible gift. Getting a bit intrigued myself. Never thought I'd see the day when all the mysteries were solved. Well, I have some questions too. For instance, why did she tell me something that important? If she wanted to help, why didn't she ask the local police? Why me, a guy on a business trip from Tokyo? Bet she doesn't have faith in the local police. I'm a little unrefined. Mika-san probably doesn't trust me. Besides, there are people with connections to the Sonozaki family at the Okonomiya PD. In other words, she trusts in me, the guy who came from Tokyo, more than anybody. Yeah, I guess. If that's the case, Uishi-san, please don't tell anybody else about this. Of course I won't. Anyway, let's head directly to Hinamizawa tomorrow and have a talk with Rika-san. We can start from there. Oh man. Oh no. Why oh no? It's fine. No, it's good. They get to talk and they get to plan. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth, isn't it? It was in the middle of the night. Only the sounds of insects and Toko snoring could be heard. Rika was sitting by her favorite window. Yes, Takano is the one who killed you, Rika. You and I both saw it. You tried so hard to remember Takano's face. Even as she cut your stomach open, you burnt her face into your memory while enduring all that pain. It's a horrible way to die. I'm glad I don't remember. I can see it. That's the kind of death Takano would prefer. Oh, psycho who is called Hanyu? No, Hanyu's not a psycho. Still, I don't get it. Why would Takano kill me? I'm the Queen Carrier, and if I die, a disaster will occur, right? Isn't that why the Idiot Institute and the Mountain Dogs are protecting me? Then why would Takano, their leader, have me killed? She deleted her memory about Takano Mio? Did she though? Sorry, that was a useless question. Takano killed me. That's the truth, and her motive doesn't matter, does it? But, still, why Takano? Although she just said that the motive didn't matter, Mika went back to the same question. The reason why Takano was protecting the Queen Carrier wasn't because she wanted to prevent the rest of Hinamizawa from developing the syndrome. It's because the Queen Carrier was an extremely valuable subject of her research. Then, considering that value, why did she kill the Queen Carrier with her own 2 hands? Is Takano my only enemy? Mountain Dogs are after you too. I don't know if EDA is your enemy or not, but I don't think he is. Takano and the Mountain Dogs are my enemies. You've got to be kidding me. How can we possibly win? There's no way. Unless there's a miracle of some kind. Can't fight against people like them. Besides, when Tanagashi is this Sunday, be killed on the 22nd. It's in about a week or so, right? How can we beat them in such a short amount of time? Should we try going after Takano with a metal bat? That won't work. She's only one of them. Even if we take her out, the mountain dogs will still get us. What do we do? What should we do? I don't know either. But... We didn't even know our enemy before now. This time, we do. There must be something that we can do. This is the first time in a long time that Hanyu had spoken so positively. Rika was startled for a moment, and realized that she was losing her cool. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She was still confused that... I don't know what's up with that text popping. She was still confused that Takano was the culprit. Rika had always thought of Takano as her ally. There were, after all, many reasons why Takano should treat her well. Rika couldn't even think of one reason why Takano would want to kill her. Still, Takano was always thinking about bizarre things. There was no guarantee that a crazy idea of hers couldn't become a motive. So that means, if Tomitake is killed, then is he an ally? I think he is. That's an idea, Rika. You should talk to Tomitake. Takano was accompanied by the mountain dogs because of an organization named Tokyo. So could Rika ask for help only from someone affiliated with that organization? In that case, Tomitake was the only one she could talk to about the issue. Although, Irie might also be worth having a talk with. But then, that was why she needed to know. She needed to know why Takano wanted to kill her. Unless she could explain that, they probably wouldn't even believe her. Besides, Tomitake was in love with Takano. He wouldn't doubt her so easily. Irie seemed to be keeping a little distance from Takano. He might be a little more inclined to believe, but as someone who was simply a doctor, he knew little about Tokyo. It might end up being useless to Rika. Then, should she call the police? No way. Definitely no way. There was no way they would believe her. If she were to make a call and say that a strange organization in Tokyo was trying to kill her, they would think she was crazy. Then, what could she do? How could she save herself? The scariest people in Hinamizawa were coming to kill her. How could she run from them? How could she fight them? How? If she ever remembered the scene of Takano killing her, then she wouldn't have been so confused. Because seeing is believing. But she didn't remember. This is just what Hanyu was telling her. She didn't want Takano to be her enemy. This is the truth she didn't want to accept. So she was tempted to just say that this was all simply Hanyu's delusion. Calm down, Rika. We learned in our past life. Don't you remember the previous world? Previous world? Do you mean the one where Rena spread gasoline all over the school and locked everyone inside? Oof. No. The world after that. Don't you remember? In that world, he came back. Teppei Hojo did. That's the worst possible world. No matter what we do, the counselors won't do anything. Toko goes insane within a few days. Someone from our circle of friends developed the syndrome and attacked Teppei, right? No. In the previous world, we all went to the Child Consultation Center and saved Toko. In that world, Keishi taught you so much. He taught you that you have to believe, otherwise a miracle won't occur. And he also said that if everyone believes, our wishes will definitely come true. That sure is something Keiichi would say. But that's great. To defeat the world where Teppei returns, we couldn't do anything about that world even once before. Do you know how Keiichi and the others in that world made a miracle happen? They talked to everyone. They didn't convince themselves it was useless or agonize over it by themselves. They asked everyone for help. That's how they brought about a miracle. Teppei, I want to kill him. He's kind of an asshole, right? Everyone? So you want me to talk to Keiichi and the others about Takano? Do you really think they would believe me if I told them an organization like Tokyo is after me? Yes, they will. They did in the previous world. Why won't you believe me, Rika? Sorry. It's not that I don't believe you. You saw it, so it's the truth, isn't it? I had no idea how frustrating it would be not to remember it myself. Anyway, you and me going on and on about this won't solve anything. We don't have enough power on our own. But we have our weapon. That weapon is the truth. We don't know her motive, but we know that the culprit is Takano. So this is a very good start compared to all the other worlds. But why? Why can't you remember it at the very end? Hanyu ground her teeth remorsefully. She saw the truth just a short time ago, so she couldn't believe that Rika didn't remember anything. If it was something she had seen herself, then she wouldn't even need a motive. But she hadn't, and that was why she couldn't understand. Why was her memory missing, even when Hanyu's memory was still intact? Did that mean their long journey was about to end? Perhaps her infinitely repeating journey was already over, and this was the last world of all. Phew. I thought this world was odd, since everyone could see you, and you even transfer it to our school. But now I can really see how strange of a world this is. There's nothing strange about it. This is just the final world, that's all. I came to this final world so we can gather all our powers. I'm not a bystander here. I'm your ally. I see. You're no longer a bystander, huh? I've decided not to be afraid anymore. Not afraid, I'm gonna believe with all of you. And a miracle will happen. This is the world we can bet on. This June of 1983. Rika and Takano are fighting. If Rika doesn't defeat her enemy in time, she will lose. Takano has many powerful pieces, like the mountain dogs. Rika will need a lot more pieces to be able to defeat her. So unless Rika asks for help from many people and gathers an equal number of pieces, the game won't even begin. We've learned the rules of this game board by playing the game repeatedly. It's like a game without a manual. But we've learned the rules, and now we know how to fight. We're ahead in the game because we already know what pieces our enemy has. Rika, you have to get busy. We only have 1 week before Watanagashi. We had 2 weeks in the previous world, but we only have 1 week in this one. In other words, this is our final chance. Okay. Rather than grieving over what I don't remember, I should be grateful that you do. Because if you didn't, this final world would end while we ran about in confusion. Also, if I talk to Keiichi and the others in the right way, maybe they'll come up with some good ideas. Because he was the one who fought with Rena in that previous world. When the school was about to explode, he brought her back. Exactly. Anyway, let's go talk to anyone we can find. We are too weak by ourselves. Let's gather people and think about what to do. We have to take our first steps towards the miracle. And we have to do that within a week. Hanyu had never encouraged her like this before. She had always pretended to be a bystander. She never wanted to go through the pain of failure, so she never had expectations for anything. Now she was trying to intervene in this world so passionately and proactively. According to Hanyu, there had been another world after the one in which Rena occupied the school. Apparently, Keiichi really inspired her in that world. Rika had nothing to lose. She had to talk to whoever she thought she could trust. And whether she tried or not, she had only a very short time left. She decided to do whatever she possibly could until that time arrived. She would never again act like it was cool to sip wine pretending to be a witch as the end closed upon her. Hello. She has disturbed Rika on purpose because of her loneliness? Is that what it is? It has been a while. This is Nomura. Yes, thank you for the detailed documents from the other day. Thanks to that data, men from the Ministry of Health and Welfare now understand how dangerous Hinamizawa syndrome is. Hehehe. That's the accomplishment of you and the late Dr. Takano. I've only made sure that you receive your fair assessment is all. Anyway, I'll make sure the Prime Minister reads your documents. He's our leader, after all. I'll have the most important person in his country read your article, and make sure he understands what important research this is and why Hinamizawa syndrome is an issue that needs his attention. Also, I'll make sure the present board of directors realize how stupid they were to ignore your research and ridicule your grandfather's thesis. Indeed. Hehehe. I have great news for you. We've decided that after the operation is completed, the actual location will be isolated and shut down, and another department of the SDF will take over the research. You'll be welcome there. You'll be able to continue your research for as long as you want, without worrying about political factions or funding. Hehehe. That's all thanks to your generous client who wants to reward you for your hard work. You'll be given the position of director, so you can devote yourself to your research. Hehehe. Isn't that wonderful? Finally, you'll be able to accomplish something that overturns common knowledge by researching Hinamizawa syndrome and the existence of parasites that influence human thought. No, I'm not just saying that to flatter you. That's what we really think. I see. Sorry to take up your time. I'll be going now. I'll get in touch with you again. The woman put down the handset of her car phone. Then she picked it up again and made another call. Please transfer me to extension 1001. Yes, this is Watanabe. Watanabe. Yes, the issue from the other day has been taken care of. Yes. Major Takano's documents are wonderful. Made some people from the National Research Center go along, so the men believed it without questioning. Hehehe. Yes. That's no problem either. Most of the cabinet ministers from enemy factions will be either leaving the country or going on vacation, so they'll be out of Tokyo after the 20th. Yes. There are still some unsettled issues, but everything will be set up by June 23rd. Yes. Therefore, the on-site operation will take place at midnight on June 22nd. The Prime Minister will be asked for emergency sanctions on the 23rd. Yes, everyone aiding the Prime Minister on that day will be our people. He won't even question a thing. Yes, I'm certain. The Prime Minister will definitely sign Emergency Manual 34. Afterward, an investigation into Alphabet's duties will be taken up, and the Uhuno, Chiba, and Old Koizumi factions will lose a great deal of sway. Yes, that's right. It's only a matter of time before we succeed with the Asian Amity and Reconstruction Summit. That's true. There's money spent on developing domestic nuclear arms or the Japanese-American alliance spanning the Pacific than be more profitable for our nation to spend it on ODA toward China. 21st century will be the era of China, with their nation claiming a good portion of the world's population. Japan gets nothing out of wagging its tail for the US anymore. Yes, I know. 21st century is almost here, yet we're still saying that communism is the greatest evil. Maybe we've been watching too many bad American propaganda movies. Hee. Yes, I understand. Okay, and I'll see you in Macau next week. Hee. Yes, I love to gamble. Yes, it was nice talking to you. I'll get in touch with you soon. The woman put down the handset of her car phone and took a breath. She smiled in satisfaction, then picked up the handset again. Give me the Chief Cabinet Secretary, please. Yes, this is Maizawa. Yes, it's me, Chief Okuno. What's going on? What's this Ocelot character doing in this game? Just 1 week. And there's the infinity symbol. No tips. Okay. Well. That was chapter 6. 2 hours. Okay. Let's do the 5-minute BRB, and then we'll come back and continue with more. So. Un momento. Alright. Back. Let's continue with the story. We already saved, right? Yeah, chapter 6. Okay. Chapter 7. Let's go. It is good you're coming back. This is 5-minute baby. Had to do some stretches, you know? Whatever is going on. Rika, you aren't behaving normally this morning. You think so? Am I acting strange? I don't know how to say it, but you seem much more mature today. Oh, Rika's being mature. Oh. Hanyu don't tease me today. You too, Satoko. Please don't mess around. I don't feel like it. About a week, counting from today, huh? Satoko gave me a perplexed look. Maybe she thought I didn't feel well. I want to talk to Keiichi and the others, including Satoko, but I don't know how or where to begin. We all like to joke around a lot, so they might not take me seriously. How can I get them to understand the danger I'm in? Good morning to you, Chie-sensei. Oh, you're here as well, coach. Good morning to you too. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan. Oh my. Is that a headband for maids that you're wearing? That's against the school regulations. You'll be punished. Dr. Idie, stop acting like that at school. Coach, Rika doesn't seem to be feeling well this morning. Might you check her over, please? Oh, what's the matter? Did you catch a cold? Still don't know how to tell my friends, but Idie at least is on our side. Maybe I can talk to him more directly. If I keep thinking about it, I'll still be thinking at the end of the day. Maybe I'll start with him. Hanyu nodded, as if saying that was a good idea. Oh wow, Satoko, let's play a trick on Keiichi. Let's do something to his chair. Ho, please, it's a trap, not a trick. I'll teach you how to set a trap for Keiichi-san. Ow. Hanyu and Satoko ran to the classroom. Hanya must have left on purpose. I have to use this chance she's given me. Ide, can I talk to you in the nurse's office? Sure, that's fine. Let's go there. Ide probably thinks I'm going to talk to him about Hinamizawa syndrome, so he agreed to go somewhere people couldn't hear. If there's any change in my physical condition, it could be a sign of something very serious. Even if it's just a simple cold, Ide is very concerned about my health. What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? Ide, I'm gonna tell you something odd, but I want you to take it seriously. It's a very important matter. I gave Ide the sternest look I've ever shown him as I spoke. Ide usually acts like an idiot, but he can be an adult when he needs to be. Seeing the expression on my face, Ide started to look more grave himself. How do I start? Okay. Ide, I'm the Queen Carrier, right? Yes. The parasite that lives in your body is different from everyone else's. What happens if I die? Like I told you before, something terrible will happen. No, to be precise, we believe something terrible will happen. After all, it's impossible to verify until you die. However, several cases involving social brain parasites similar to those of the Hinamizawa syndrome have shown that the death of the Queen Carrier can cause mass suicides or riots. That would be Takano-san's area of expertise. Maybe you should ask her instead. I don't know much about it myself. In other words, Takano knows better than anybody that if I die, something terrible will happen. More than ever, I don't know why Takano wants to kill me. There's no way I can figure it out myself. Ide is here with me, right now. Maybe he'll know. I should ask him. Ide, please don't ask any questions and just answer. Would there be something to gain from killing me? What? Kill you, Rika-san? Who would? Ide, we're not supposed to ask any questions, remember? Sorry. No, I can't think of anything. There isn't anyone who would benefit from your death. I repeat, if something happens to the Queen Carrier, all infected persons will reach the terminal stage within 48 hours. That's what makes the syndrome so dangerous. The scale of the disaster will be far greater than any individual case of paranoia or psychosis. Would anyone profit from that disaster? No way. Killing you is tantamount to killing all 2,000 villagers. Nobody would consider that for a minute, even as a joke. If I die, all the residents of Hinamizawa will go insane, and may even kill each other. What a perfect ending for people who are descended from demons, huh? Could that be what Takano wants? Since she always talks about dangerous and bizarre things, it's obvious she enjoys cruelty. She always talks about how she wants to witness, with her own eyes, the raw brutality of the man-eating demons she read about in the dark history of Onagafuchi village. It's possible that she wants me dead just so all the villagers will develop terminal symptoms. Of course, that's in the worst case. So if something happens to you, there's an emergency measure we're supposed to follow. Emergency measure? Never heard of anything like that. I've never told you this before. It's rather an unpleasant measure, so that's why I never mention it. The Ide Institute's top priority is protecting the Queen Carrier. But if you die and all infected persons develop terminal symptoms, we're supposed to go ahead with this contingency plan. That's understandable. If all 2,000 villagers were to go insane, there would be no guarantee that the devastation would remain within the village. Obviously, it's a good idea to be prepared for the worst case scenario. There are these things called emergency manuals, and among them the one for the worst possible disaster, in other words, in the event of your death, is called Emergency Manual 34. What happens with that? Before all the villagers go insane, they'll be exterminated. To be exact, a special unit from the Self-Defense Force will seal off Hinamizawa and kill the villagers using poisonous gas. I've never heard of that before either. Sorry, I don't really like talking about it. I've been interested in things like that happen before I die, but not in the things that happen after I'm dead. This disaster only takes place after I die. I had no idea that something like this occurs every single time. Or rather, I'm the cause. If the enemy is capable of erasing an entire village, then killing a little girl like me won't be a problem at all. Hanya is telling me to just talk to everyone, but can I really stand against an opponent like that? Anyway, the existence of this emergency manual changes everything. Takano's motive no longer makes sense. I thought her goal was for all the villagers to go mad and slaughter each other like demons. But according to what Irie said, that wouldn't even happen. The villagers will be all killed before it does. I'm not Takano, so I can't be sure, but I don't think that would be fun for her. It doesn't make sense to kill me for that purpose, especially since we've known each other for such a long time. Do you think it's possible for Takano and the Mountain Dogs to kill me? Don't be stupid. That's just impossible. Impossible. Takano-san's number one priority is to protect you, and one of the Mountain Dogs' main duties is to watch over you. That's simply unthinkable. Irie, even so, supposing Takano wants to kill me, can you think of a motive for her doing so? No, I can't. She knows better than anybody about the dangers of the Queen Carrier. Besides, as you're well aware, she's very passionate about her research into the syndrome. Killing you would put an end to that source of her passion. But Irie, Malazawa syndrome is supposed to be eradicated within 3 years, isn't it? In other words, you're going to destroy the disease. What does Takano think about that? Well, Malazawa syndrome is the target of treatment for me, but for Takano-san, it's research material. Actually, she's strongly against the plan to eradicate it within 3 years. And she has even made a trip to Tokyo to request an indefinite extension of the project from the board of directors. She wasn't successful, though. So what you're saying is that Takano wants to continue her research, but Hinamizawa syndrome is going to be eradicated within 3 years. So Takano is going to lose the subject of her research, isn't she? I guess you can say that. I think I see something here. The 88 Institute isn't a small organization. It's being managed by a lot of people and it receives a great deal of funding. It's the only way they can even research the syndrome. So if the 88 Institute is planning to put an end to the research within 3 years, there really isn't much Takano can do about it. If it's all going to end anyway, then maybe she wants to shake things up. No way. Something like that can't possibly happen. But you know how she is, right? She would do it. She would kill me if she wanted to, don't you think? No way. Holy cow. No way. Something as horrible as that just isn't possible. Let me check something. If it's all going to end anyway, yeah. I feel like I'm starting to see Takano's motive, but it seems like there must be more. After all, the project will continue for at least 3 additional years. It's possible that during those 3 years, Takano's request will be approved, and their research will get an extension. In other words, the research is guaranteed to continue for a minimum of 3 more years. Given those 3 years, why is she so desperate now? Besides, I'm always killed in June 1983. The date may change a bit, but the month won't. That must be the result of her strong willpower. It would be one thing if their research was being terminated immediately. She still has 3 years, yet she's already getting desperate. Her motive is too weak. She must be possessed of the strong conviction that it has to be June 1983. After that, no matter how I questioned Irie, he kept repeating that there was no way Takano would kill me, so I didn't see how he could be of any more help. However, if I'm able to explain Takano's motive, then I think he will be my ally. But for now, I think this is all I can do with him. I'm going to talk to Tomitake too. Tomitake is a lot closer to Tokyo than Irie is. Maybe he can tell me something that Irie can't. I hope I can learn some important things from him too, enough to convince him that Takano has a strong enough motive to kill me. Tomitake should be visiting Hinamizawa around this time. He spends a lot of time at Takano, but he often takes walks by himself to enjoy photographing birds too. I'll try finding him when he's not with Takano and talking to him then. Although Tomitake does have strong feelings toward Takano. I'm worried he won't listen to me as seriously as Irie did. Thank you very much. Going back to the classroom. If you find out something about Takano, please let me know. Rika-san, why do you think Takano-san is trying to kill you? You haven't developed symptoms, have you? If you're doubting me, then would you like to run a test right now? He said some terrible things out of the blue, so I don't blame him for becoming suspicious. However, thanks to the rapid diagnostic tests Irie had developed at this point, it was easy to prove with the syringe. I just had to submit to the needle to show that I haven't developed terminal symptoms. The results were negative. Of course. It's just impossible. Impossible for Takano-san to... Just impossible. Impossible. Maybe now Ide believes that there's a possibility that Takano is trying to kill me. I left the nurse's office. Hope Ide will grow curious about Takano and try to find out something about her. So how was it, Rika? Did you find out anything? Well, yes and no. It's hard to say, but there are a couple interesting things. One is how the Idiot Institute is trying to eradicate the syndrome within 3 years. Takano doesn't like the idea. She went to Tokyo to petition for the continuation of her research, but they refused. That might cause her to become desperate. The second is this thing called Emergency Manual 34. Supposedly, if I die, that will be executed and the whole village will be murdered by poisonous gas. Oh. They say that when I die, the villagers will develop terminal symptoms, right? First I thought, well, I didn't mean to skip that. First I thought that Takano wants to be dead because she wants to see that happen. But since there is such an emergency manual, the village will be gone long before then. So that can't be her motive. Every time I ask Ide, all he says is that isn't possible. According to him, Takano understands the importance of the situation better than anybody. Therefore, she doesn't have any reason to kill me. Oh. I know. I've only asked Ide so far. It's possible we can learn more information or wisdom from other people too. That's right. Unless we bring everyone's power together, a miracle won't occur. We need that miracle to defeat our enemies. It's almost lunchtime. That'll be a good chance to talk to everyone. Though, the problem is whether or not they'll take it seriously when I talk to them. Once I start talking about the secret society in Tokyo, they'll obviously ask what manga I'm talking about. I need to figure out a good way to discuss it so I avoid misunderstandings. I think it would be better to be honest with them, without really thinking too much about it. Do you really think so? Yes. Let's just try. Tell them in the way I'll teach you, and I'm sure they'll take you seriously and help out. Still not sure, but Hanyu seems very confident. Hanyu has spent her life observing various people. She had never talked to Mion directly before this life, but she knows her better than I do. I talk to everyone during lunchtime, in the way that Hanyu taught me. Just speed running the story. That sure is interesting. And then? That's amazing, Rika-chan. How do you come up with things like that? I know. You're so talented. If you work on it a little more, you can end up with a really great manga. I don't know what to say. I thought maybe something was bothering you because you haven't been looking good since this morning. Why didn't you come to me first? See? I told you that you could count on them. Count on them, huh? It all comes down to how you put it, I guess. This soul man can create application forms, make rough drafts, ink, tone, draw background, typeseat, and proofread, take manuscripts to a printer, publish, distribute, and support. He can do it all. Good thing you came to him. You sure are great, Mion. You can be a cartoonist, an editor, a publisher, and a bookstore owner, all at once. Really? My dad says things like that too. Just doing everything yourself in style now? How curious about what kind of comic Michan would write. I'm curious. Hold on. You're all getting sidetracked. Let's help Rika out, alright? I told him about all the secrets surrounding Miyazawa. I told him that I want to write a comic book and that I need their help to decide on a few things. If I spoke to them about this normally, they might question my sanity, but to see things change this dramatically with just a little preface, Hanyu, you're pretty good. Anyway, so if this Queen Carrier dies, the village will be destroyed because of some emergency measure. That's the focus, right? My goodness, if there really was someone like that, she had better be careful, very careful. One mistaken, poof, the whole village would disappear. We should just capture her, wrap her in bubble wrap, and put her in storage or something. But she gets killed, right? If they know her death will create a disaster, why would they kill her? Why? That's just it. Bad people at the research center know what will happen, but they're still trying to kill me. I mean, the Queen Carrier. Just can't think of a good explanation for why. Kinda see an outline of the motive, though. Can they actually find a hint without knowing any of the actual details? Wahahaha. That's so simple! The fact that the entire village gets destroyed is if the Queen Carrier dies is a motive in and of itself. Mion laughed as she casually voiced what was on her mind. But Mion, this villain wants to research the disease more, so there's no way she'd put an end to it herself. Oh well. That's not a big problem. Just set some masterminds pulling strings behind that villain. That or some villain who is just using that villain. A villain who wants to use Takano? Listen, if the queen dies, the village is plunged into chaos. To cover it up, a mass execution operation is carried out. Fundamentally, this is a countermeasure against the worst possible outcome, a trump card that must never be played. Because playing it causes a disaster of its own, even if it settles the previous situation. You're right. In politics, they always talk about who takes responsibility for this and who resigns for that. If, in fact, a mass execution like that was to take place, someone will have to explain that and take responsibility. Well, it's a secret operation, so I'm sure it won't be made public. But there will be many people questioned within that Tokyo organization, that's for sure. Isn't that a motive for killing the Queen Carrier? Oh? Why? Who benefits from such chaos? There are plenty of people. Think about it. The wind always blows in one direction. For some people it's a headwind, and for others it's a tailwind. There are always people who gain and people who lose. I see. Ho ho ho. My brain finds this quite stimulating. In other words, if something like that happens, there will be some people who have to take the responsibility for it, and their enemies will gain from it, whoever they are. That's right. There are always different powers and factions within an organization, especially if it is a huge mastermind organization like this, Tokyo. I'm sure many different people there have hidden agendas. In other words, there are plenty of people who want to rule over others. There are plenty of reasons to assassinate the Queen Carrier. Are you saying that even if a bad person doesn't have a reason, that there could be people who have reasons to kill the Queen Carrier in Tokyo? There you go. You've got it. Also, what about this backstory for the bad person at the secret research center? She wants to keep her research going, but it's already been decided it will end within 3 years, right? So this researcher is about to see all her research turn to naught. That means all the fruits of her life's work are about to be ruined, and she's under extreme duress. Not only that, I think her pride must be hurt too. That's true. The value of the research this bad person has spent half of her life on isn't being acknowledged by the people at the top. They even told her that it will be shut down within 3 years. That must be tough. It's hard when other people deny that which you've worked so hard to accomplish. Rika. Yeah, I know. Amazing. My friends really are the best. This is starting to sound like a real motive for Takano. Well, so what would this bad person do then? Of course, the first thing she'd do would be to appeal to her bosses. She'd probably try to explain to Tokyo how important and valuable her research is, and ask them not to shut it down. But, well, if Tokyo just said, yes, got it, continue research will increase your budget too, then it wouldn't be much of a comic. Hehehe. So the bosses at Tokyo are sure to turn her request down hard and thoroughly. They tell her that her work is a waste of time and that it should be scrapped immediately, or something like that. UDA told me Takano had gone to Tokyo to request an extension on their research. He also said their request was denied. Ho ho ho. Can you imagine her anger at having her life's work mocked by her superiors? There are then only 2 options open to her. Satoko, what are they? That's easy. She can cry herself to sleep over it, or she can take revenge. Keiichi and Satoko gave each other a high five. Well, lying down and taking it wouldn't be very interesting either. In that case, the villainous researcher, who loved her research more than anyone, starts growing desperate and believing she should at least end it herself, rather than letting someone else end it for her. All because of her pride. Oh ho ho ho. That's where the hidden agenda from Tokyo comes in. No way. You mean that idea that someone will gain when the village is thrown into disaster and another is forced to take responsibility? Exactly. The villainous researcher is suppressed after having her life's work rejected. But by riling her up the right way, they can cause a tragedy in the village without soiling their own hands. Then they can take their time investigating and demanding responsibility. All done. See? That's right. Hehehe. There's more. This villain is suppressed after having her life's work rejected, right? So then one of the young leaders plotting to kick another member of Tokyo down and climb the ladder dispatches his own agent to entice this villain. She's suppressed because her reason for existing was trampled on, right? If someone tells her that he believes in her and such, she'll fall for it easily. The stronger a person's pride is, the easier they'll fall for that kind of encouragement. That means the bad person is simply being used by her evil masterminds. Well, this happens a lot in action shows. You know how, like, someone devotes his life to an evil organization, but after one mistake, he gets eliminated? But in this story, the evil researcher has to be eliminated for sure, right? For the masterminds, there's no point in letting her stick around. That's right. So this poor bad person, she thinks she has gotten an evil little part to play, but at the end, her life's work is insulted. She gets used by the masterminds, and after all that, she gets killed. Although she's a bad person, people may sympathize with her for what she has to go through. But I guess that's what makes the story interesting. Don't you think? Maybe we can use that in the next issue. Hanyu and I could only listen to them talk. They are truly amazing. They really are. It is very possible, especially if I think about Takano's character. Come to think of it, Ide kept repeating that isn't possible a whole lot, which means that those words could be a reflection of how possible it might really be. I'm sure my friends can answer that question. I'm gonna ask them, so let's ask them. Oh? Then why is she so desperate when she still has 3 years left? That doesn't matter. It really doesn't make a difference if you're getting executed tomorrow or 3 days later, right? It's just a matter of the length of her probation. This bad person doesn't feel she has 3 years left. She feels that she's been sentenced to die in 3 years. That's just what the masterminds want. They're the ones controlling this bad person. I think it's the masterminds who want to destroy the village at this particular time, not the bad person. This is a huge operation, you know. It has to succeed. The death of the Queen Carrier isn't their only key to success. Whoever's at the top has to decide to go ahead with the emergency measure. The responsibility issue after the operation aside, they have to take care of things like preparation, or rather, they have to figure out the perfect time to do the most damage. After calculating all that, I think they're going to get on the operation now that the project has only 3 years left. So in the end, after this bad person gets used, she is eliminated. She's the villain, but I feel sorry for her. I see. Oh, okay. Let me move on to the most important thing. To defeat them, how can the Queen Carrier girl fight back? She's the main character in my story. Huh? That sounds interesting. So the girl they're trying to kill has to run from the evil people, right? Depends on how you serialize it. If you want a long series, coming up with new pursuers and assassins one after another will let you go on for a long time. Oh, if possible, we want a short-term and concentrated series. Pfft. I burst out laughing at Hanyu's metaphor. Okay, then we just have to take care of the bad person quickly and shoot for a happy ending. It's more exciting to fight than to run. But the main character is just an ordinary little girl, right? How can she fight? Girls nowadays aren't powerless. She might appear to be a cute, weak girl, but she has secret hidden powers. She's an S-rank hunter with the blood of royalty, and her nickname is the Ebony Followed Angel. How? That sounds like the lame original character of some middle schooler. Jesus, what? Hey, Mion, what's wrong? Do you have a stomachache or something? Fine. This old man is just not talented enough. Mion, you can do it. Though when you read that manga 10 years from now, it may be so bitter you writhe in agony. well, I don't know exactly what Mion is trying to say, but anyway, the main character is a weak little girl and she doesn't have any special weapons. If anything, she's good at acting innocent. Also, she's mean and she abuses me with spicy food. Spicy food. That sounds good. Try that starting tonight. Whoa. I see. So she's just a regular girl, huh? But a story where a character like that beats such a conspiracy is going to be difficult. No way. It's impossible. She couldn't win without at least gathering a variety of weapons and the skills to operate a radio and a helicopter. Either that or a professional survivalist who underwent special forces training with the Soviets. That or someone capable of causing confusion in their ranks with just a truck and a few weapons once they're in the jungle. I have a feeling that if Mion and Satoko were the main character's friends, that's all the problem right there. Huh? This old man? Sure, if he was a character, it'd change the whole story. My fighting techniques and leadership skills are unparalleled. Plus, if the story took place here in this village, my familiarity with the area is top-notch too. Besides, anyone who makes an enemy of Satoko is as good as dead. Ain't I right? What's up, Gus? I don't know what kind of a secret unit this bad person has, but they are nothing compared to my traps. The main character and I barricaded ourselves in the hills. No enemy could lay his fingers on her. Yeah, if she holds with Satoko in the hills behind us, then our assailants will need either a bombardment capable of crossing the whole thing, or a Hanoi-class heavy bomber at least. Even if they left with that before entering the mountain, they'd still take on severe casualties. Furthermore, I'd be commanding the operations. Well, her assailants better be prepared for casualties on par with the Iwo Jima landing. Hehehe. Right, Satoko? Ho. They better bring a nuclear warhead if they want to fight me in the hills. Emails are coming in for tomorrow. Like hotcakes, freaking what? Oh man. Actually just turned my phone off. So many notifications. Jeez. You got this, Gus. It's gonna be a busy week, but you got this. True, Satoko would be amazing in the hills, but are you sure you can defeat the mountain? The bad person's helpers? They're professionals, you know? Surprise attacks and traps are effective against anyone. The Vietnam War is a good example. The US Army, the most powerful military in the world, couldn't stand up against the jungle. Multitude of traps set by someone who knows the area well will go a very long way. Are you saying Satoko's traps would work on them too? Of course. Not only that, they'd be very effective. The purpose of traps isn't just to ensnare their victims. They also make people extremely afraid. They're professionals, so they'll be extra careful. Therefore, their commander will become indecisive. He will have to decide whether to go into the hills or not. That means we gain more time. Hehe. So they would need at least a bombardment to capture us. But this isn't a war, so they probably won't go that far. Escapes into Canada, built in Equally, runs the internet power line from my apartment. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. No, Gus, the NSA, they already know. They've just been informed. No, they're fine. Canada, though? Definitely don't think that's possible. Anyway, Neon is a professional when it comes to deciding on tactics. And she's saying that Satoko's traps will be more than effective, even against the mountain dogs. That's very reassuring. The flip side of traps is that they can only be used to defend, and it takes a long time to set them up. Also, traps don't discriminate. Satoko's hills meet all the requirements, though. That's true. Nobody goes into the hills, and Satoko-chan's traps are already everywhere. The main character can barricade herself in by just going there. If I'm gonna be there, it won't be just a simple barricade. I'm going to use it as a diversion to draw away the enemy's main force, and then launch a surprise attack. Drawing the enemy in deep, and attacking from behind when their defenses are light and the rudimentary tactic for an ambush and counterattack. Repelling them at the beachhead is the height of hard-headedness. How Michan and Satoko-chan are so cool. But how Keiichi-kun and I are left out? Then all of us will be the main characters. We'll all fight them off together. There you go. That's better. Hehe. Now that we're all in on it, it's like this is the club members versus an evil organization, huh? Hehehe. Hehehe. I don't know what kind of a bad person this is, but I feel sorry for her and her friends. I don't know how powerful they are. Hehehe. Fighting face to face is one thing, but if we use our knowledge of the terrain, they have no chance of winning. If they want to defeat us here in Hinamizawa, they'll need to bring an Overlord class army to bear. They will fight off even that. Where can I procure this manga? Sounds like a good one, right? How's it going, Dirk? Neon laughed, and everyone nodded along. Amazing. I'm starting to think that if we try our best, we can defeat even the mountain dogs. Also, is that the... Oh, it is Yusuke. If we fight directly, we'll be taken down immediately, even if we use a surprise attack. But if we set traps, and if we have enough of them, who knows? See, Mika? Your friends are very reliable. You're right. I don't know why I never told them anything until now. Even if it's something you can't do alone, you can do it with your friends. Even if only a miracle can make it happen, if we all try our hardest, it can be done easily. That's what a miracle is. My heart is pounding. What is this emotion? I feel like nothing is impossible if I work together with them. Hanyu told me that, in a different world, they defeated the worst scenario of all, the one where Teppei comes home. I don't remember. But something tells me deep inside that the exact same kind of miracle is about to happen in this world too. Me? And everyone else too. We want a lot more ideas. How can we defeat this conspiracy? Please tell me a lot more. Yes. But what about Teppei? So how does this work? Reminder, chapter 10 is the last chapter and it's like 4 hours long? Okay. So we'll probably stop there then, I guess, when we get to chapter 10, I mean. Save that for tomorrow. So we're on chapter 7 right now, right. 7, 8, 9, okay. I'd only asked for Tomitake, but Irie had come with him. Irie must be bothered by what I told him this morning, but he can't come to a conclusion on his own, so he wants Tomitake to listen to me too. After saying that he wouldn't interrupt us, Irie sat down a little distance away. Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Dirk. I heard from Director Irie. Why are you suspicious of Takano-san? She knows better than anyone that your death would cause a disaster. Besides, Takano-san has been good to you, and Toka-chan, right? And to say this about her now, don't you think that's a little ungrateful? They don't talk about Teppei, but I think they basically settled the issue behind the scenes relatively quickly. Okay. Just from the nature of the world that was created. I expected this from Tomitake. If I was in the same mood as I was this morning, I probably wouldn't have continued, right, because it started like the week before with Tanagashi. But having expected this, I'm able to continue without getting upset. Tomitake, please be honest with me. I want you to really think about it too. Of course, Takano wouldn't kill me under normal circumstances, but can you absolutely guarantee that she would never do so? What do you mean? Takano has devoted her life to the research of the syndrome. Is that true? Yeah. Just between you and me, she's the most important person at this institution. Director Irie's position is just a formality, and Takano-san is the one who's really leading the research. This is supposed to be a secret, but the syndrome was discovered by her grandfather. Takano-san respects him greatly, and she opened the Irie Institute so she could continue and complete his research. So how does she feel now about being told that the project will be shutting down within 3 years? Takano even went to Tokyo and requested an extension, but it was denied, right? Couldn't you say then that the meaning of her life itself is being denied? Don't you think she's hurt? Rika-chan, where did you hear all that? That's still weird, the text jumping. Tomitake went silent for a moment. You must have realized that I'm not just saying random things. It is true that Takano-san went to see the board of directors, and that she was evaluated extremely poorly. According to what I've heard, they really ridiculed her work. Supa! With the raid! How's it going, Supa? How's the Call of Duty going? So Duo finally came out, right? Hey, Red. How's it going? Hey, Captain. What's up, my dude? Not much. Just enjoying this final chapter of this visual novel story. We're not finishing it today, but we are going to finish it tomorrow, for sure. So, I'm excited to see how this all wraps up. It was awesome, man. 2 wins and a lot of great games. Nice. That's good to hear. Yeah, I wanted to download it last night, but I forgot because I went to my best friend's birthday party, so I forgot to download it overnight because I was gonna play some of my boys. Because this game is long. You've been playing for a long time now. It's practically the whole month of May. But it's been fun. It's been a good experience. So happy to see how this all wraps up. That's crazy, yeah. So I think tonight I'll install it, check out how it is. How's the Warzone? Because I haven't checked it out since it came out, I think. Yeah. Thank you again for the raid, and thanks for the lurk earlier. But man, according to what I've heard, they really ridiculed her work. She was told that the research project was a waste of money. She's been acting normally, but I think she was really hurt by it, yeah. Really like Warzone. Has its problems, but it's super fun. Gotcha. No, yeah, my friend plays it off and on, so it'll be good to get back into it. See? So how can you be so sure that she won't become desperate, thinking that her research is going to be shut down anyway? No, not Takano-san. That's impossible. Impossible? I'm gonna lurk while I make food and just listen to you, my dude. Sounds good, Supa. Enjoy your meal. I think after we finish today's session, that's when I'll eat. Because we already had breakfast, but yeah. It's the same thing that EDA said. He kept saying it was impossible, yet he couldn't deny it completely. He repeated the same phrase over and over to refute that possibility. In fact, even though we know Takano is the enemy, we can only guess at her motive. The only way to find out is to tie her down and make her confess. But there is meaning in making Tomitake become suspicious of Takano. It's even important to do that, so that he'll become my ally. Of course, this is also a strategy devised by our club leader. It's rather a scary thing to imagine, but Takano-san won't gain anything from your death. I can understand her becoming desperate, but she has self-control. Time heals all wounds. Isn't it easier to deceive the heartbroken? Deceive? What do you mean? Tomitake, if I die, something terrible will happen, right? An emergency manual will be executed, and the whole village will be destroyed. Eh? Is that right? I had no idea. Tomitake isn't good at covering his lies. It shows that he's bad at hiding things, since he's innately honest, which makes him a nice person. EDA told me already. I don't want to waste time, so let's be open about this, okay? The emergency manual is a last resort, so if it's actually executed, it'll be a disaster, right? Tomitake seemed to be wondering if he should confirm the existence of the emergency manual. Actually, I'm kind of curious, what does his face look like? With this... Oh, he's like sweating? Okay. Combined with me being the queen carrier prompted him to confirm it, albeit hesitantly. Yeah, it'll be a disaster. It's not easy to erase an entire village. We'll have to cross several dangerous bridges, and it's not humane even if it becomes necessary. It truly will be a disaster. I'll be straight with you. Someone will benefit from that situation. No way. There can't be. There won't be any gains if it'll develop into a hunt for blame. In the worst case, the problem might expand past Tokyo and into the government. In which case, there's someone who will benefit from that commotion, isn't there? If the emergency manual is executed, there will be someone forced to sign off on it. and afterward, they'll start an investigation into the people who allowed the situation to get to that point. To be specific, those in charge of organizing the EDA Institute. Won't those manipulators be forced to take the blame and be driven out of Tokyo? I'm not sure. There's a limited number of posts. People are constantly vying for them. So would it be that strange if there was someone hoping to steal a seat by lighting a fuse on this dangerous bomb we call the emergency manual? They could remain hidden in a safe place and smugly fill the empty seat after everything's blown up. All this is what Mion suggested. She didn't know a thing about Tokyo, yet she struck its core so hard even Tomitake was shaken. Mion is the greatest commander and strategist our club could ever have. Tomitake folded his arms. He's starting to lose his cool. I think he realizes that what I'm saying isn't mere nonsense. It's true that a big shot in Tokyo just passed away. He left a power vacuum, and there's a political struggle going on over it. Even the EDA Institute's client, the Alphabet Project, had its board of directors purged and reformed. So there's been talk of immediately shutting down the research in order to make an example of the EDA Institute, since it was supported by the old faction. So if I die and the emergency manual is executed, the EDA Institute and the board of directors behind it, as well as the faction that supports them, will be held responsible. Normally, the Kitamizawa syndrome and other dangerous bombs associated with it are safe because only Tokyo knows about them. But when there's an enemy within Tokyo itself, Namizawa becomes a bomb that's all too easy to detonate. Is that something you made up, Rika-chan? Is it a fabrication? Or is it the truth? I don't know. But if I think about what's going on in Tokyo, I guess it is possible for some people to think things like that. Tomitake, you are a good person. You're a very good person who believes in his close friend. So I know if I say these things to that Tomitake, you'll never accept them. But I have to bring this up with First Lieutenant Tomitake, auditor for the EDA Institute. You aren't saying... Are you saying that it's Takano-san? Yes. Her request was denied, as was her own life. Not only that, she was denounced by the board of the directors, so she's very hurt. You should know that, since you're always with her, Tomitake. Is there any chance that someone seeking to use that heartbroken Takano approached her and instigated her into action? People who are hurt often open their hearts to whoever claims to understand them. Someone like that might have approached Takano to start something that would lead to chaos in Tokyo. Tomitake insisted that Takano-san would never do that. He repeated it a few more times, but then he fell silent again. Tomitake is an adult. He must have experienced some heartbreaking events himself. That's why he can understand that Takano is very hurt, and that it's possible that someone is using her. So it was Nomura, Watanabe, and then Okuno? Right, Okuno. I understand what you want to say. I should clear some issues first before I can truly trust Takano-san, huh? Tomitake. I'll get in touch with both Okanogi-kun from the Mountain Dogs and the Tokyo office to see if there have been some suspicious reports regarding Takano-san lately. The Mountain Dog's specialty is counterintelligence, after all. No. The Mountain Dogs are on Takano's side. What? This is someone who persuaded Takano. Of course, they've taken measures for the Mountain Dogs as well. That isn't impossible. Impossible? The Mountain Dogs are a special counterintelligence unit. Even if there was a collaborator in the EDA Institute, it would be very difficult so long as they were attending to their duties. But if the Mountain Dogs themselves were... Can that be? But... Tomitake, please look into both Takano and the Mountain Dogs. EDA is on my side, but he doesn't know too much about Tokyo. That's true. I'm just a researcher. I know my position is just a formality for their convenience. That's why I can't clear Riko-san's suspicions by myself. I understand. I've been told that there's a possibility that EDA Institute could become rebellious. That's the reason why I'm here. I'll start investigating Takano-san and the Mountain Dogs right away. Thank you for believing me. This is the first time you actually have. I've been laughed away in many worlds, but Tomitake finally listened to me. He'll be a very strong ally in the fight against Takano. Also, I'm I'm grateful for my friends who prepared me to talk to him. I got information on the current situation from EDA, had my friends analyze it, and because of that, managed to get Tomitake to listen. Just as Hanyu said, I couldn't have done anything if I'd kept thinking about it all alone. But after talking to my friends, things are already changing. Actually, I'm going to hiding starting today. Mion's house has a secret basement that's perfect for that. I haven't talked to Mion about it yet, but I think she'll understand my request now. So if you find anything, please get in touch with her. Starting today, please act like I've gone missing. Understood. I think that's safest too. Ah shit, but Akasaka. I'll act like I usually do, so people don't grow suspicious. Though I'll be careful, of course. Back to EDA, please act normal as well. But always be on your guard. I understand. I'll be very cautious. Tomitake, please be careful of yourself. I have a feeling you might be assassinated within a few days. This is the part that he has never taken seriously. Please, hear what I'm saying. Okay, I'll be extra careful. Thank you. Then Tomitake turned around all of a sudden. Edie and I sensed something odd from his behavior and grew tense. Then, we heard some footsteps. We've been so careless, did somebody overhear us? Did Takano and her people hear what we were saying? Nufu-fu-fu-fu-fu. I will never forget that laugh as long as I live. Hello, hello! What an interesting group. Dr. Irie, Tomitake-san, and Rika-san. I've been to Hinamizawa quite often, but I've never seen you three together before. Oh. Hello. Uishi-san. Huh? Is today the meeting day for Watanagashi? Still so early. Irie tried to change the subject, but obviously Uishi had heard everything. Tomitake from Tokyo is okay, but it's too early for Uishi from the police department to get involved. Things are already complicated. Why does he have to show up now? Anyway, this isn't good. Let me adjust my seat. Well, when I went to your house, Hojo-san told me you were here, and I happened to run into your secret meeting. Sorry to bother you though. Foo-foo-foo. The air froze, leaving only silence. The way Oishi is speaking makes it obvious that he's trying to sniff things out. But he only heard a part of our conversation, so he can't grasp exactly what we were talking about. That's why he's trying to make us confess the whole thing. Come now, don't look at me like that. I'm getting embarrassed. Well, I brought someone with me today. Someone Rika-san would love to see again. I wonder if you remember, Rika-san. Because if you don't, you might even start crying. What? Who? Right, she doesn't remember the miracle. Right. I only can think of one person. But did he ever come here in June 1983? But who else would come visit me? Come on in. Uishi encourages the virile young man to enter. He looked a lot more mature than the last time I saw him. Akasaka. Thank you for remembering me, Rika-chan. You won't tell me to go back to Tokyo this time, will you? Akasaka. Akasaka... I remember how you helped me. Or rather, maybe I forgot that at some point. But if I forgot about it completely, I would regret it. So I recalled it. You told me to call Yuki. Because I did, she avoided getting in an accident. You saved her life. And I'm here now, out of gratitude. I feel like I've forgotten about it for a very long time. But now I finally remember. Sorry to make you wait for so long. That's right. You made me wait forever. And now you show up in this final world? You waited until the very last minute? How dare you? Akasaka. I'm your ally, no matter what. I'll believe everything you tell me. And I will defeat whoever is trying to kill you. Akasaka remembered some strange things as he talked to me. He remembered the sad world where he lost his wife working on the kidnapping case in Namizawa. He forgot about me because of the despair and only remembered her afterwards. He regretted not being able to do anything for me. That memory from a different world brought Akasaka here. Akasaka calls himself my ally. That means a lot to me, since I never thought I'd have any allies at all. I could only bury my face in Akasaka's chest and cry. Oh. I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything about you having such a young wife here in Yamazawa when your wife's back in Tokyo. Nope, don't know a thing. Oishi-san, no. This isn't what you think. Akasaka. Oh. I complained that I couldn't defeat Takano alone. Hanyu admonished me. She told me that if we put our strength together and all believed in the same thing, we could make a miracle happen. I didn't believe her. But after I talked to Ide, my friends, and Tomitake, things were getting better and better. And now, Akasaka is here too. Was Akasaka supposed to be coming back? Or is this a miracle? Miracles do occur. This man never helped me even once before, and he might be my most dependable ally. Now he's back, and he's even telling me he's my ally no matter what. See? It happens. Miracles really do occur. You're right. We can make them happen. If we keep putting our strength together, do you think even more miracles will happen? Then, do you think we can make a miracle happen and defeat the curse of 1983? Yes, because we can smash through June of 1983 only by putting everyone's strength together. Hanyu, who used to be just a bystander, is now persuading me. She's admonishing me for pretending to fight, while I, too, was actually just a sulky bystander. Are you okay, Rika-chan? Yes, sorry about that. Seeing you brought back so many memories that I lost my cool. Neat. I wiped my tears and tried to hide my embarrassment. The Higurashi continued to cry. The Higurashi have been trying to remind me of something very important. I felt like they had taught me something important, and my eyes grew teary again. I'm surprised. I didn't know you had such a wonderful boyfriend. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mamoru Akasaka. I work in Case Records Room 7 of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Public Security Bureau. Aren't the case record rooms in Tokyo's Public Safety Bureau a secret department on par with the CIRO? I believe it's a tough secret investigation unit that some have criticized as being secret police. No department would be foolish enough to slap secret onto the name of the secret division. Real secret divisions have boring names meant to fool the average person. That's true for Akasaka's department too. It's called a reference room, but they don't manage documents. You seem to know quite a lot about us. Didn't think there'd be someone who knows the true identity of the Public Safety Department. Judging from the conversation you were having, I take it you have your own reasons for that. Well, I'm into stuff like that. I just happen to know, that's all. Ha ha ha. Tomizaki-san, why don't you reveal your identity, I, for one, always figured you weren't just some traveling photographer. No, that is the truth. I just like taking pictures. That's all. What a waste of time this conversation is. This is the final world, after all. Tomitake is the one who is connecting us in Tokyo, but he's my ally just the same. Rika-chan! Tomitake and Ide yelled simultaneously. To them, it's an extremely important secret, and if someone were to find out, they'd get eliminated by the mountain dogs. But it's okay now. There's no point in continuing to have suspicions and doubts. I've had enough of that. It's already obvious Tomitake isn't telling the truth, but he's still trying to deny what I just said. You're Director Ide, right? Thank you for taking care of me when I was injured 5 years ago. You really did a great job treating my wounds. Now I remember. No, don't mention it. I only did my job. The EDA clinic is also known as the EDA Institute, right? Well, I mean... Come now, Dr. EDA. It's no use. We already heard it all earlier. You were saying that the EDA Institute's client is the Alphabet Project, right? I don't need to hear it from you. I already know everything. Up until just recently, Room 7 was investigating the men behind it and their means for funneling vast sums of money. The Alphabet Project was one of their tunnels. Akasaka is holding the top-secret document he got his hands on a few days ago. This document records how certain people were given public funds from ministries and government offices for assisting with various projects. These masterminds claim that they were attempting to revitalize Japan by using secret money and secret methods, but that was a lie, even amongst themselves. The masterminds of these projects were making an enormous profit off of them. If that became public knowledge, Japan would be shaken to the core, and the government would be overthrown. That was what they were told, and that was the reason why the investigation was discontinued. First of all, I want to tell you one thing. The investigation by Room 7 has been shut down. We are no longer working on the case. So I'm simply telling you what I found out in the course of the investigation. I'm on vacation here in Hinazawa right now. Just want you to know that. Tomitake is still trying to hide his identity, but Irie isn't. He must have made up his mind, since Akasaka already knows about the Alphabet Project. We already know that they've been using tunnels to move vast sums of money to a research institute in Shishiba known as the Irie Institute. Also, the Irie Institute has a different name here in parentheses, the Irie Clinic. It also lists that the head of the Irie Institute is a lieutenant colonel from the SDF, Kyosuke Irie. The lieutenant colonel? Dr. Irie, you're in the SDF? No, I'm not. Tomitake-san, let me tell him. Putting our clients aside, we aren't doing anything shady. Let's not hide anything. It'll only make Uishi-san more suspicious. Irie is right. Uishi will help us. It's starting to feel like even Uishi could be our ally. That'd be incredible. Tomitake finally gave in and admitted everything. In his place, I explained to them the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome, the Irie clinic that was established to research it, what's special about myself, and finally about the invisible conspiracy that revolves around it all. Uishi was very surprised to hear about all this, but Akasaka told him to calm down, so he listened quietly. Since Akasaka belongs to a special unit, he wasn't too surprised. He kept nodding, saying that it's all very possible. This is working out great for me. Just as you say, Rika-chan, there's a good chance there are some people who are planning something like that. Uishi-san, what they are saying is well within the realm of the possible. This feels like the plot of a novel. But if it's true... Compared to Akasaka, who has a flexible mind, Uishi is having a hard time understanding such unrealistic stories. He'll probably need at least 3 cigarettes before he can digest what he just heard. Link to Kano is suspicious, but there's no proof. I was asking Tomitake to investigate so that I can confirm my suspicions. Uishi-san, can you arrest and detain Takano on a separate charge? I may lose my retirement money for that, but it could be done, I guess. There are some counterintelligence members from the Mountain Dogs at the police station. Even if you try, Uishi-san, there will be pressure from within the department. I'll conduct an investigation on Takano-san, so if possible, can you leave it to me? I don't want anyone to get suspicious. You're right. If Takano's investigation can only be done by Tomitake-san's institution, then the police shouldn't bother him. Besides, I have a feeling that this thing is a lot bigger than we think. Uishi-san, I don't mean to sound rude, but maybe you should stay out of this. Akasaka-san, what do you mean by that? Just like you told me earlier, you're retiring this year, right? You worked hard for many years. You're about to collect your pension. Money is important. You'll need it to pay off your house, and you need money for life after retirement. But this hill is too dangerous to climb. My instincts are telling me that at the end of it, this case will be classified as if it didn't take place at all. In other words, unless I'm prepared to lose everything, I better pull myself out of this, right? That's what you're telling me, isn't it? Yes. I know I'm not in a position to tell you that, but I've been involved in cases that are much different from regular police work. So, what I'm saying now comes from experience. Uishi was no fool. He was also an adult, and smart in a real sense. If he only listened to his pride, he would yell at Akasaka for insulting him. But what Akasaka is saying is true. Ushi's pension is a big deal for him. People live far beyond their retirement. They still have 10 or 20 years left after that. Their pension is the basis for that second life. A pension isn't ordinary money. It's very, very valuable. People receive their pension for working hard on rainy days and windy days, and even enduring the moments when their bosses give them a hard time. Even Oishi has mumbled, on occasion, that he's going to quit and look for a new job. Yet, he endured, and quietly did the unreasonable work asked of him. He's endured far more work than his salary merited. He's worked like that for a very long time, and now he's finally about to retire. He's finally about to collect his long-awaited pension. It's not about the amount of money itself. It's about having a value placed on what you've done with your life. So if one were to cause a scandal, the punishment for that would be placed on his pension. One such deplorable event can erase Oishi's entire life as a policeman. It's not something that can be treated lightly. Akasaka is still young. Even if he loses his job, he'll be able to find a new one. Oishi is too old. The repayment of his mortgage was planned around his pension. Oishi is a grown-up's grown-up. That's why he can't do anything reckless. Akasaka knows that, and that's why he said that Oishi should back down. Oishi understands it too. So, Akasaka had to ask him that tough question, in order to find out how strong Oishi's commitment was. I've been awfully slow paying back my loan, all because I want to hold on to some spending money, even though I would have saved on interest if I'd just paid a bit more earlier on. But I just wanted to gamble and drink. If I'd lived my life so I didn't have to depend on my pension in my old age, I'd jump right onto this case. Oishi's fists were trembling. That's how he sheds his tears. But, I'm an officer until the moment I retire. No, even that doesn't matter. I promised in front of his grave. I promised that old man that I'd find out who killed him. I promised to stay a police officer until I arrest his murderer. In other words, me being a police officer isn't the issue here. What matters is that I keep my officer's spirit until I find that murderer, even if I'm fired. But am I afraid to be fired? Am I afraid to lose my pension? Yes, I am. It'll ruin my plans for my future. I need a lot of money for them. My dream is to live a leisurely life in Hokkaido, work on a vegetable garden, have fun in Susukino, and take up ballroom dancing lessons. Why am I afraid? Is my officer's spirit so weak as all that? I've dreamt of uncovering the truth behind the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamzawa, and the door to that truth I've sought for long is right here in front of me. Damn it. God damn it. Why can't I just throw away my badge? Why can't I stop caring about what the police think? Damn it, god damn it. Nobody could say anything in response to Oishi. It's at a crossroads. The crossroads of a person who has worked so hard and so humbly for so long. How could the young people who know nothing about what he's had to go through say anything at all? You are a friend of the departed construction site manager, right? Yes. He was a friend, a brother, and a father to me. Although it's only a formality, I'm the director of the EDA Institute. If the conspiracy that surrounds Rika-chan is exposed, I'll be the one who takes the blame. Isn't that right, Tomitake-san? This position exists for exactly that purpose. To the Institute as a whole, EDA is there simply to cover for Takano's research. Tomitake, of course, knows about that. Even EDA has started to realize it. Even if EDA hadn't done anything wrong, he would have to take the blame as the person in charge of the Institute. That was how every organization purged itself, by forcing someone to take the blame and reshuffling members. That's why leaders get more money. When it's all over, I'll tell you everything about the series of mysterious deaths. I actually have an obligation to remain silent for the rest of my life. But you'll let me tell him, won't you, Tomitake-san? I didn't hear anything. As an honest man, Tomitake can't say yes. So pretending to ignore it was the best he could do. No. That's not right. You can tell the brave man... You can tell the brave Higurashi about it. The one who found the courage to help you. The cowardly Higurashi, the one who didn't want to lose his pension, doesn't deserve to hear the truth. He faced a dilemma. Even though the truth behind the mysterious deaths he sought so hard was right in front of him, he couldn't just accept it with his head held high. To understand what he's going through, one would have to live the life he did. His dilemma is very vast and very heavy. Young people couldn't possibly understand. Can I have some time to think about this? I really do want to find the truth and put evil behind bars. Just need some time to gather my courage. Could you grant me that? Why is he even asking? Nobody here will force him to make up his mind. Of course, I won't either. However, Oishi needs someone's approval. Oishi is still passionate about his work as a police officer, yet he isn't brave enough to take on this case. He wants somebody to forgive him for that. But nobody can do that. Nobody can stop Oishi from crying. Yes, I will grant you that time. Hanyu? How long has she been here? Hanyu has arrived. I didn't see her come in. But then again, she's always around. Hanyu is the guardian deity of Hinamizawa, after all. I'll grant you some time to make your decision. You have been honest. You've been tough on yourself until today. Your life is not to be taken lightly, and that's why you're having such a hard time deciding. One should never be proud of careless decisions or brute courage. Careful judgment made by a person who has lived a worthy life like you. That's what's worth being proud of. She might sound arrogant to us, but that was exactly what Oishi needed to hear. Right. Who among us has the right to admonish Oishi, the eldest one here? No one. No one should be able to. Nobody but one. The one who has been protecting humans for over 1,000 years. Hanyu. No matter if you decide calmly or courageously, I will praise you, as long as your decision was made well. I've never met you before, but thank you. That makes me feel better. Thank you for giving a coward like me the time of day. If it was me, I would have asked Oishi to be my ally and asked him for help. But that wouldn't have reached his heart. Wanting help is my selfish request. I don't know anything about the life he lived, and that's why my words wouldn't reach him. But Hanyu's words did. Hanyu has never told me this, but I can tell she's been watching Oishi since the day he was born. She's been watching all that he went through. That's why she can say that. And why what she said could reach him. Only Hanyu can do that. Dr. Irie, there's only one thing. Please tell me one thing. Sure, ask me anything. I've long suspected that the Sonozaki family was pulling the strings in the old man's murder case. Am I right to think that? No, you are not. You're wrong. We can explain everything about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. I see. Oishi pretended to scratch his head. For so long, he pursued the case with that belief. Yet someone deeply involved was telling him he'd missed that mark. He'd missed the mark, so he must be feeling at least some frustration. What Irie said wouldn't be enough, so I have to continue. Oishi. None of the curses of Oshiro-sama were done in secret by the villagers. The Sonozaki family, 3 families, and the other villagers, none of them are involved. There were only misunderstandings, misinterpretations, coincidences, tragedies, and comedies. The real identity of the curse of Oshiro-sama is simply a series of misinterpretations. It only looks like the villagers are acting in secret. So, all the information I've gathered so far about the Sonozaki family is worthless? The heads of the Sonozaki family have a secret precept. They must always act as if they command even natural disasters. The Sonozaki family knows nothing. Moreover, they are even afraid of the incidents that occur every year. But in order to maintain their dignity, they act as though they're the ones behind everything. Oh my goodness. I see. It all makes sense now. That's true. Then that odious woman, damn it. She sure said some things to mislead me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You're telling me the truth, aren't you? Yes, I am. It's written in the Furude family's secret scrolls, too. Do you want to see? I have no idea what Oishi thinks is so funny. Nobody here can tell what's going through Oishi's mind, except the girl who has watched over human beings for over 1,000 years. I can understand why you're so happy. What? What do you mean? The thought that you don't have to hate anyone anymore is a very, very welcome concept. Oh no. The Sonozaki family still is a vile organization with its claws all over Shishibone City. That doesn't change. I've been stabbed by one of them before, you know? They may not be responsible for the mysterious deaths, but they are still my enemies. That's all still true. I just feel happy. None of us could tell if what Hanyu is saying is right. Though we should believe the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Now that he's learned that they're not, I'm sure he feels like everything he stands for has been made meaningless. But if Hanyu says that's not the case, to hate someone must be such a painful thing. I can't explain Oishi's laughter. All I can do is speculate. Oishi left with a cigarette in his mouth, saying that he wanted to cool off a little. We won't get anywhere until we know if Takano-san is guilty or not, so we won't be able to act until after we hear the report from Tomitake-san. I don't know why Rika-chan is so suspicious of Takano-san. Personally, I feel bad for her, but what she said makes sense too. Rika-chan is an important person, and we can't let anyone suspicious get near her. Tomitake is making it sound like he's gonna prove Takano's innocence. I guess I can't blame him, since he's in love with her. To be honest, I'm also hoping that Takano isn't guilty. Takano understands me, and she was one of my allies. I had a friendship with her. Trusted her for over 100 years. But Hanyu says that Takano is guilty. If something pops out when we poke her, then the question is how well Tomitake can catch it. To get people to help me, I have to find proof of Takano's guilt. So I just have to trust Tomitake for now. Tomitake-san, please be very careful. If she is guilty, then you'll be in danger too. I understand. I'll move to a new hotel without letting the Institute know. I should probably leave Hinamizawa immediately, but if Takano-san is guilty, that would backfire. That's pretty tough, yeah. It's a cardinal rule to act knowingly during a secret investigation. Would you prefer to stay with me? No, that's alright. It's fine. I'll be very careful. But Rika-chan's safety is the priority here. What should we do? What should we do? Hanyu, what should we do? Using chess as an example, you're like an unprotected king. As soon as Takano gets a hold of you, the game is over. One of the most important rules in chess is to guard the king first, right? Yes. Today is Thursday. Oh shit. Watanagashi is in 3 days. You need to hide somewhere where nobody can find you until at least then. Any idea where? I think you should ask Mion. That's true. Sonozaki family's underground storehouse would be an ideal place to hide. Well, she already said this. Satoka should go with you too. If I leave Satoka behind, they'll question her about my whereabouts. She may be in danger too. That means I'll have to tell the truth to at least Satoka and Mion. That the comic plot we discussed wasn't just fiction. Still, I always seem to underestimate their reliability. It really is beyond my imagination. I need to talk to them. I have a feeling they'll believe me. They're my steadfast allies, after all. Going to hiding for a while. There's a perfect place for that at Mion's house. Will you really be safe there? Yes, it's like an air raid shelter. It has everything we need. We can easily stay there for about a month. Sonozaki family's underground storehouse has every basic necessity in case someone actually had had to live there due to some complication or another. Mion has mentioned before that it's like a unique vacation house. I don't know how you can call a place with a torture room a vacation house, though. I don't know how long my investigation into Takano-san will take, but as soon as I find out something, I'll call Mion-chan's house. Is that okay? That works fine. To tell you the truth, the mountain dogs have a bug on Rika-chan's home phone for security reasons. So that works better either way. So somebody has been listening to all my personal conversations. No, it's set up so they can tune in, but that doesn't mean they're listening to every normal conversation. They only do it when they have a security drill. That happens a few times a year. I bet my phone at the clinic is being wiretapped too, huh? Well, yes. That's because of the purpose of the facility, though. Please understand. Excuse me. How do they actually do that? Rika-chan's landline branches off. Do you remember the little shack behind the shrine? A line leads into there, which is where they wiretap it. Usually there's no one there, but once the mountain dogs receive orders to guard her, there will be 2 agents recording conversations in there all the time. Of course, they don't usually record anything. Is there a security drill scheduled in the near future? Or maybe orders to guard her? Security drills take place in January, April, July, and October. So there's no drill this month. Orders to guard her are given only when they anticipate an emergency, but they haven't been given even once since the institute was established. Who gives those orders? The director does, which is me, but Takano-san is the surrogate director, so she can send out orders too. Takano really is the person who wants to kill Rika-chan, then she'll use the mountain dogs to spy on her. It's very possible. In other words, people start to go in and out of that shack, means that Takano has made her move. So we could take that as proof that tensions are building around Rika-chan, right? I don't know if that would prove that Takano-san is behind it. We can take it as a sign that danger is approaching. Indeed. Regardless of whether Takano is guilty or not, that's what it means. As long as we keep our eyes on the shack, Rika-chan will stay safe and secure. That's a great idea. But there's one problem, Rika. There are no lights on in the house that night. It'll be obvious to everyone that there's nobody home. Takano doesn't even have to wiretap her phone. As soon as she sees the house, she'll realize you're skipping school and ran away. You're right. That puts Tomitake, who's investigating Takano, in a tight spot. I'll have to think of something to counteract that. So we're dealing with having to observe the wiretapping shack, like Akasaka was saying earlier. Then there's the problem with having to keep the lights on at your house. It's also a fact that it's better for Akasaka to stay in the village. If I put all 3 together and mix them up, I get... Oh, well. I have an idea. Oh, no. You aren't thinking about letting Akasaka stay at my house, are you? No, absolutely not. My house is such a mess. It smells and it's filthy. I can't let Akasaka stay in there. No. Whoa. Akasaka is staying over. Whoa. I said no. No. Why are you making such a fuss, Rika-chan? I lost my cool there for a moment. Nipa. Jeez, just because Hanyu's insisting, okay? Whoa. It's true that if Rika-chan's house ends up empty, there won't be any lights on at night. And leaving them on would be even more suspicious. Akasaka, what do you think of staying at my house while I'm gone? I see. That's a great idea. As long as it's okay with you, Rika-chan, let's do that. Akasaka seems to think it's a pretty good idea. Am I selfish for wanting him to get a little embarrassed about staying at my house? I should be ashamed of myself. Everything is set. Tomitake is going to get in touch with his colleagues in Tokyo and start an investigation on Takano. That's all. That's all we can do from our end. PDA is going to lead his normal life. To act normally after something like this will be pretty difficult, but there really isn't anything else for him to do right now. Takano is sly. She'll never let EDA ruin her plans. Actually, Ide only comes into the picture after Takano's been exposed. Yuichi didn't say he would help, but he said he wouldn't interfere with us. In fact, there are some people with ties to the mountain dogs at the police department too. It's probably best if Yuichi acts normally, like Ide is. I'm gonna tell Satoko the truth and hide at Mion's house for a while, starting today. I don't know how long I'll have to hide, but it'll be at least until something happens. Akasaka is gonna stay at my house and make it look like I'm home, sick. If something happens, coming all the way from Okonomiya would take too long. Feels much better to have him stay in the village. Everything will begin only once Tomitake finds out something. Ide says he hopes things will get moving soon, but I don't think we need to worry about that. They'll try to kill Tomitake on the night of Watanagashi, on Sunday, 2 days from today. That has never changed in many, many worlds, so that's definitely their plan. In other words, even if Tomitake doesn't find anything, the wheels will start turning in 2 days. I had warned Tomitake again to be extremely careful. But still, if I still get killed, I'll curse your family for 7 generations after I die. It's already getting dark. Everyone went home except for Akasaka. I'm still thinking about how to tell Satoko about Akasaka, most about what's to come. Worrying about it won't solve anything. Rika, you have a bad habit of underestimating your friends. But how can she believe that what we talked about at school today is actually real? How can she believe me when I tell her that her life is in danger? In addition, I'm bringing home this guy she's never met before. Don't you think Satoko will believe you? I don't know, but it's possible that she won't. Oh, so Satoko isn't your friend, is she? What? What Hanyu just said startled me. It's kind of a scary thing to hear, even though she said it while wearing her usual warm smile. I know Satoko is one of us. I think she'll believe you and become your ally against Takano. But you're saying you can't trust her. That's like saying Satoko isn't your friend. If she isn't even your friend, then why waste your time telling her about it? Well. Let's just leave Satoko behind and go to Mion's house by ourselves. Just the 2 of us. What are you saying? That's nonsense. Satoko is my best friend, and if you don't think it's worth telling her the truth, then that's it. Just think of best friend as like a stray cat that you feed every day. I'm actually surprised to learn that you've been letting Satoko live with you when you think of her like that. I didn't say that. Satoko's my best friend. My very best. Yeah, she's even closer to me than you are. But you don't believe she will believe. It's the same as spouting your complaints at a stray cat that you feed every day. You know the can't do anything, and knowing that you still complain to her, and that's all your relationship is. Wow, poor Satoko. She believes you're her best friend, but you don't feel the same way. Well. Damn you. Tried to slap Hanyu, but I couldn't touch her. My hand went through her cheek and hit only the air. Can't believe she made herself incorporeal again. Hanyu disappeared, saying, "Ow," in a teasing manner. I'm upset, but I can totally understand what she was getting at. Will your roommate agree? I'll make her agree. Stoka has nothing to do with this conspiracy, but since she lives with me, she's going to end up involved anyway. For Satoko's sake, I have to explain this to her. Should I wait outside? No. I think it'll be better to have you with us so she doesn't think it's a joke. I can't explain it properly. Can you help? Sure, I will. I went up to the 2nd floor with Akasaka. To be honest, I couldn't even imagine how to start bringing it up. But even Hanyu made fun of me. Can't hesitate. I made up my mind and walked into the room and was surprised. My messy room is all cleaned up. Satoko is packing her pajamas and towels into her duffel bag. What? It's as if she's going on a camping trip. Satoko? I'm home. Here, I got your luggage ready too. Can't just borrow toothbrushes and towels from Mion-san, you know? Besides, we can't let some strange man stay in a messy room either. This is why I always tell you to tie things up around here. I blinked in surprise. I don't understand why Satoko already knows what's going on. If she saw me, Ide, and Tomitake talking behind the shrine with Uishi and a strange man, she'd be sure to get curious. Satoko must have overheard our conversation. Not only that, she packed our luggage and cleaned our room, which means she already knows Akasaka is going to stay in this house. She must have come home in a hurry to get things done. So, it wasn't just a storyline for some comic, was it? Meep. You know, that's what I don't like about you, Rika. Have I ever doubted you before? I always thought I was your best friend, that you would count on me before anyone else. I'm sorry. Toko doesn't seem that angry. Rather, she seems shocked that what we talked about at school is real. She isn't really that upset. But this is exactly what Hanyu said. I thought Satoko was my best friend, that I couldn't trust her completely. Having realized this, I apologized. Satoko turned around as if to tell me there's no time for apologies. I think she accepted it. As proof of that, she's getting things ready to go to Mion's house. Thank you, Satoko. Nakasaka-san, is it? I don't know how you and Rika know each other, but if you're Rika's ally, then you're mine too. You may call me Satoko Hojo. Nice to meet you. I'm Akasaka. Conspiracy surrounding Rika-chan runs pretty deep, and it's not easy to explain. She was afraid you'd reject her after she confessed to everyone, so please try to understand how she felt too. Of course I understand. I'm Rika's best friend, you know. She was thinking that I didn't believe her. Who would? I can understand why she'd be afraid. You're really mature, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan is lucky to have you as your best friend. I'm pretty envious of her. Satoko took Akasaka around the house and explained everything. She let him know that the switch for the hot water heater sticks a little, and that if the picture on the TV gets messed up, he needs to tap on it. She told him about all the traps she set around the shrine, using a secret map of hers. Akasaka listened to her dead seriously. Upon seeing them talk, I couldn't help but smile. What's up, Gus? Hanyu also smiled while watching us, but it felt like she was saying, I told you so. I'm going to pretend that I don't notice her. If our contrarian Satoko believed me this easily, then our simple-minded Mion will believe us even more easily. Keiichi doesn't even know how to doubt people, and Rena has sharp instincts, so she'll believe me too. So everyone is gonna believe me, huh? Honey didn't reply, but she smiled as if she's happy to see that it grew a little. Ship-a-doo-doo? Two? What? Alright. There's plenty of things in the refrigerator. Rika, you're asking him to house it. So why don't you make dinner for him tonight? Besides, just to be safe, perhaps we should go over to Mion-san's house a little later. Finger gun sounds? Oh, that's what that is. Pew pew. Oh, don't worry. I can handle that myself. Ow ow. This is a chance to serve him your homemade food, Rika. Ow ow ow. You really are annoying today. Oh right, Satoko. You have to make something good, huh? Have an idea. Can you bring out the large kimchi bottle from the refrigerator? No, not that one. The one that says death penalty. Not the one that says punishment. Let's make kimchi fried rice today. Nakasaka, do you like spicy food? Oh yes, I love spicy things. Ow. Oh, 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 oh. There you go. The cream puffs in the refrigerator have expired, so let's throw them away. Ah, what a waste. Heard they're from a famous shop over in Gogura. Ow, oh, oh, oh. The ow-ows are awfully loud today. Maybe a stray dog's howling somewhere. Night is falling on the 16th of June. The pieces are lining up on the final game board, one after another. No, pieces isn't the right word to call them. Night is falling on the 16th of June. We're gaining reliable allies for this final challenge. Our first key, Tomitake, will be killed in 3 days. Fate is going to change before that point. Setting up the pieces. What is that, the queen? I think that was the queen. So what do we do? It's 3:36. We have no tips. So we have 8 and 9. We have 2 more chapters. I think we do a 5-minute BRB. It's a little early, but yeah, let's do the 5-minute BRB, and then we'll go from there. So, un momento. Alright, we're back. What time is it? 2:05. Oh yeah, that's a... yeah, it was like 5 minutes. Did we save? Did... okay, chapter 8. Let's see how this goes. I mean, surely there's gonna be the scene where we explain to Mion, right? Oh, no, I guess not. Going to Keiichi's perspective. Skipping some events. Furude-san and Hojo-san are absent today because they both have colds. The weather is changing, so it's easy to get sick. Make sure you cover yourselves when you go to sleep. Okay? Okay. How... they live together, so I guess they caught it together. Rikuchan is supposed to perform as a shrine maiden on the day of the Tanegachi. Hope she'll be okay. I hope. We're planning to have lots of fun at the festival. Hope they recover by tomorrow somehow. Hey, do you want to go see them on our way home? Maybe we can bring something healthy for them to eat, too. We don't need to. By the way, can you two stop by this old man's house today? Mion usually enjoys ideas like bringing people food when they're sick. For whatever reason, she was a little curt today. Actually, she's been acting a little different since this morning. Even when I talked to her, her thoughts seemed somewhere else. So hold on. So how does Shion figure into this story? Now she's asking Rena and me to stop by at her house. Your house, Mi-chan? What for? Well, I need to talk to you. Jeez. I need to talk to you. It's like a jump scare, kind of. Just seeing the text warp out like that. I need to talk to you about something important. I can't tell you right now, though. Mion seemed calmer than usual, which told me that it was about something very serious. There were always lots of patients running into the clinic just before lunchtime. Because of that, lunchtime at the clinic is always later than normal people's. It's just a short break, though. Our afternoon shift begins right away. The staff were enjoying their break, eating their delivery lunches. They can eat basically anywhere they want, as long as the patients can't see them, and it's not a place we need to keep sterile. Because it's hot and humid, the meeting room with its air conditioner ends up being a popular place. The staff all eat their takeout lunches there. As I'm the director of this clinic, they might feel uncomfortable eating with me around. So I usually eat my lunch in the director's office out of consideration for them. Today I ordered lunch from a soba shop. I got an extra large. An extra large serving of mori soba, that is. For whatever reason, they just called the dish an extra large. That makes ordering it complicated, since if I order an extra large and a kitsune udon, they'll just deliver an extra large kitsune udon instead. But is this really a large? It looks more like regular size to me. As I recall, the owner of the restaurant has hurt her hip, so she must be having a hard time keeping things running. I was still thinking about that when Takano-san came in. She was carrying a real large size order in her hands. Apparently she ordered a regular mori soba and I grabbed the wrong one by mistake. Ah, what a hassle. Hehe, it's easy to confuse them, isn't it? They should use some kind of mark, you know? I agree. For example, they can put a flag like the one on the kids' meal that says large size. Takano-san must have liked that idea. She laughed for a while. Would you like to join me? I invited her to sit on the sofa. Are you sure? Thank you, but could you turn the air conditioning down just a little? Sure, sorry about that. Here we go. Come to think of it, I haven't really talked too much with her. Also, let me drink some water. Hold on. We were rather distant from each other, partly over the guilt of the organization becoming the Ch.8 Institute. So with that in our respective positions, we had a taciturn agreement not to pry too deeply into each other. Since our attitude towards our research are different, we've never mingled before, so chatting over lunch is a good way to get closer to her. Man, I'm just coughing. I wonder what she likes to talk about while eating. I guess I should start a peaceful conversation. I don't want her to go off about something like that, like tapeworms. We're having lunch after all. And while I tried to come up with the topic, she started talking instead. A flag on a kid's meal. That brings back memories. Do you think they still have those flags, though? I don't know. It's one of those things that endure. So it's possible they will keep having flags on kids' meals even in the far future. Maybe even an in-flight kids' meal on a spaceship will have a flag on it. Hee hee hee. That sounds interesting. I wonder if kids will collect those flags even in the future. Flags? Did you collect them? Oh, didn't you do that when you were a kid? Collect the flags from kids' meals? No way. When I was young, only rich kids could have meals like that. My family couldn't afford it. That's not true. My family was poor, but when we went to the mall, we had our lunch at a restaurant there. Hee hee. At the time, for me to go to a mall meant having a kids' meal. So whenever my parents went to the mall without me, I'd get very upset. Your childhood sounds very happy. But when they went to the mall without me one day, they got in an accident and died. Until I got a call about it, I was really upset with my parents for going to the mall without me, and I was sure they were having a meal there by themselves. As it happened, I only needed one more flag to make my collection complete. Collecting 20 of them was my goal. I was so upset that I couldn't complete my collection. That's awful, huh? Must have been horrible to lose her parents at the age when she was still interested in collecting flags from kids' meals. It's obviously still a painful memory for her. You see, I didn't know. By the way, is that why you became a doctor? Huh? Hee hee, why? Oh, well, I aimed to become a doctor because of reasons involving my family, so I thought the same was true for you too. I earned my medical license because it was necessary to draw closer to the Hinamizawa syndrome. I'd be rude to put it this way, but I only obtained my license as a byproduct of pursuing my research. How interesting. Even when she was still at medical school, she already knew about Hinamizawa syndrome. By the way, before I took on this job, I didn't know anything about the syndrome. Where did you find out about it? I was told you read something about it while you were looking into the late Dr. Takano's documents. I'm impressed that you already started to research it while you were at school. Studying took up all of my time while I was a student. It's really incredible. Hee hee hee. Actually, I became familiar with Hinamizawa syndrome long before that. What does she mean? How old was she when she first found out about the syndrome? In fact, why did she become familiar with it at all? Just like Satoko-chan and Riku-chan, I didn't have any relatives. So I was sent to an orphanage. It was a horrible place. You remember how there was a flood of war orphans back then? I was in a truly awful orphanage built solely to gather up those children and bring in government subsidies. When I escaped from there, I was rescued by my grandfather, Dr. Takano. So you actually live with Dr. Takano? I see. Now I understand why you were familiar with his research documents at a young age. But why do you keep it a secret? Well, political reasons. It's one thing to request funding for research on a mysterious disease, but it's another thing to request it for a research project of my late grandpa's. I see. Finally, a question is answered. The admiration you've shown when discussing Dr. Takano was always more than just respect for a fellow researcher. Still, since you respect him that much, he must have been a wonderful doctor with many genuine virtues. I don't know about genuine virtues. He died alone, of an illness, with nobody around to understand him. He preferred being alone, which was a bad habit of his. That's why he couldn't find anyone who would support him. Still, he had you for an excellent assistant, didn't he? Didn't he? Speaking of which, your family name is read the same way as the same way his is, isn't it? Yes, it's not my real family name. I took my grandfather's out of respect. I actually wanted to write it the same way, but I thought it could get complicated when explaining it to my client, so I ended up using different characters. Now I could see the connection between their two last names. It also revealed the connection between first names, Hifumi and Mio, too. She doesn't need to tell me anything more than that. She lost her parents when she was young, and Dr. Takano took her in and loved her as if she was his own child. To show her love and respect, she decided to call him her grandfather. Now I know. That's the reason why she's devoted herself to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. Now I understand how she must feel, knowing her research is soon to be terminated. Rika-chan had said that she was hurt. Although I didn't know anything about it, I may have said something to hurt her before. I only cared about treatment and extermination, and didn't care about anything else until today. She must have considered that blasphemous towards her grandfather. Now I know why she became aggressive every time I expressed how I felt. After she was told that her research would be terminated, she stayed up all night and gathered up lots of documents. She went to Tokyo and requested an extension without depending on anyone else. That request was rejected. The documents she used are now in a box in the underground storage. She must have exerted a lot of effort to put them together, even though someone without any knowledge of our research could easily understand what she was trying to say. However, it looked like some of those documents weren't even opened. Some had marks that told me they weren't treated the way documents are supposed to be. I'm sure some pages had absorbed her tears without me ever knowing. I heard from Tokyo that Takano-san had left a terrible impression with the board of directors. It's not easy to overturn a bad impression. In other words, she can never request an extension on her research ever again. I was there when she found out about it. I was there when she found out she could no longer continue her grandfather's research. Even though she must have promised him that she would complete it. Are you going to continue researching on your own after the Idia Institute shuts down? By the time the Idia Institute closes, the Hinamizawa syndrome will have been eradicated. Should I preserve the pathogen in a petri dish? Pathogen in a petri dish. Kidnap someone and infect them to research it? On my own? Without equipment, funding, or a lab? Should I continue the research, holed up in a study filled with the smell of formalin, never recognized or acknowledged by anyone? Just like my grandfather, all so someone else can ridicule it? What would you have a loser like me, who lacks the youth and the energy anymore, to do to continue it? Tamatake-san once told me that the Idia Institute was supposed to be the Takano Institute. But our clients didn't like the idea of a young woman heading the facility. Words. Heading the facility, and that's why I was invited. That explains why she's been unfriendly since the day we met. It must have been blasphemy to her to see me go on about Hinamizawa syndrome and decide on a research plan according to my values and morals. To Takano, the syndrome is her grandfather. She must feel his presence when she's researching it. That's the reason why she often stays at the institute until late at night, though it makes the mountain dogs annoyed as they serve as security here. Would you like to drink some of the soba broth? Ah, yes, please. Her shoulders look fragile to me for the first time. Now I'm sure of Rika-chan's story. Takano-san holds an indescribable sadness within her. And if someone approached her, pretending to understand, she just might fall for it. Because of my position, anything I say to her will only hurt her more, probably. Sometimes, words can harm people no matter how they're used. But the fact that I still spoke up showed how little experience I had in life. We could at least give the research you'd like to pursue a little more of our future budget. We managed to get another 3 years from them at least, so we can give those 3 years our best. It was all a slip. Even as I spoke, I started to regret trying to say anything. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's even harder to watch someone fall ill and waste away over 3 3 long years. If I remembered right, Dr. Takano came down with acute dementia and chose to commit suicide while his mind was still functional out of despair at his inability to continue his research further. My verbal slip had made her remember a painful memory and hurt her even more. He went into a coma and had to make a decision as to whether to turn off his life support or not. Hey, Director Irie, if you were the doctor in charge of that patient, who would you have pulled the plug? You wouldn't pull the plug yourself, would you? Takano-san asked me as if it was a normal question. She was only expecting to hear one answer. If I was put into that position, then when the time came, I'd probably let his remaining family do it. That's what I thought. Hehehe. There's no way someone wouldn't be there for their family's final moments. So I'll be here for the final moments of the Hinamizawa syndrome. No matter what. Someone knocked on the door, and I heard the voice of one of the other staff members. Director, afternoon shifts are beginning. Please get ready. Oh, okay. I'll be right there. I'll clean up. Why don't you go? Lots of elderly people are waiting to chit-chat with you. Hehe. Takano-san laughed, but I know that laugh was trying to conceal her anguish. I'm not close to her personally, but she is my partner here at the clinic. I've been trying to avoid getting close to her, but maybe that was a mistake. If I had listened to her more, maybe I could have eased her pain a little. But it's too late. Tomitaka-san is conducting an investigation to prove her innocence. Is she guilty or not? Either way, her heartache remains. After Irie left, Kano sat down on the sofa again and stared at nothing for a while. Then she got up and picked up the phone on the desk. Is this Takano? Is Okanogi there? It's me. I was going to ask you to start on the 20th, but please begin observing R today instead. Eh? What difference does it make? Or are you going to tell me it's too hot to start today? Yes, please do. We only have 5 days. You had better be careful. More than careful, okay? Yeah, alright. Okay. Goodbye. Okanogi put down the phone and sighed. Although it's his job to do whatever Takano wants, he couldn't help but complain about getting such an order on such an extremely hot day. Of course, if he complained, Takano would spit back twice as much reproach. Okanogi was sitting in the office of Okanogi Gardeners, a dummy company. As it happened, they regularly did gardening in Hinamizawa, if only so that nobody would get suspicious to see their uniforms and van around. Good grief, I give up. Call in Nightingale and Skylark. Their vacations are cancelled. The princess has given us the order to start observing R today. We have to move the schedule up by 3 days. First day was Heron, right? Go with a group of 4, including 1 telephone observer, 1 telephone backup, 1 residence lookout, and 1 residence backup. Heron leader, you'll be at the command post. Also, you're stepping up our sabotage of the telephone station too. That would have been Nightingale's job, but it'll take a whole day for them to get here. So we'll use Phoenix instead. Phoenix 7, gather up a construction team and finish by tonight. Can you do it? Of course. My men are all well trained. Mountain Dogs are different from a regular battle unit. They're a technical squad formed from specialists in different fields of espionage. They were covert operatives for sabotaging telephone stations like Okanogi just ordered. Ones for wiretapping, intelligence gathering, information manipulation, establishing networks in public institutions, and many others in various specialized fields. They belong to the Self-Defense Force. Some are from fire departments, some are from police departments, and some are civil engineers. Of course, they have some experts in combat as well. Okanogi is one of those combat experts, and he didn't expect too much from the engineers. While they had all gone through the same basic training, what they were capable of was child's play compared to what an expert can do. Okanogi is the leader of a unit made up mostly of members who can't even do 100 push-ups. Really, that was the only complaint he had. He'd rather have been put in charge of the Bloodhounds, but somehow, he became the leader of this strange unit, maybe because of his cautious yet courageous personality. Since combat was his expertise, Okanogi wished deeply for combat. During the kidnapping incident 5 years ago, the plan was for the resisting criminals to leave the hostage behind on the scene and run after the police stormed in. He recalled the extremely frustrating memory of his combat with that plainclothes officer. That fat old man was acting so arrogantly, but he could have taken him within a matter of seconds. He could have just broken his neck, could have turned him around, and snapped. It would have been so easy for him. Oh wow. He remembered a young policeman too. He shot him in his shoulder. He could have shot at his ear. He was told to go easy on them, so that was the best he could do. Thought of firing a second shot, but there just wasn't time. So the last shot he fired was that reluctant one. Okanogi couldn't believe that such a pathetic battle was his last combat shot. Regardless, he continued to train so that he was ready at any time. Now that the operation had begun, he was hoping there would be a battle for him to fight. He didn't even need to fire a shot. Didn't even need to punch anyone. All Okanogi wanted was a battle that satisfied his pride, nothing more. Yes, one moment, please. Commander, there's a phone call for you. I don't know if it's for the commander or the president, though. He's also the president of Okanogi Gardeners. Because of that, the members of the Mountain Dogs often call him that. Just a minute, I'll get my accent back. What? Really? How about that? Huh. And who is it, anyway? It's a woman. She says her name is Nomura. She's asking for President Okanogi. Then that's for the commander. I'll take it in my office. Please transfer it over. Rattle, crash. I heard a noise, which sounded like many buckets crashing down.